Peace, peace, peace. Shout out to everybody in the building. Peace, peace, peace. Shout out to everybody in the building. We about to get started. Peace, peace, peace. Shout out to East Coast Kev. East Coast Kev, I'm starting it off with that video that you have requested. I'm starting it off with that. Shout out to you. Shout out to Lee D. Clinton in the building. Much support. Thank you for all the support that you've been showing. Shout out to RS7RV. Shout out to Lorenzo. Shout out to Josh. Family, I'm asking y'all to support the stream any way you can. Make sure you're hitting that like button. Make sure you're sharing it. Make sure you're doing all that stuff. Support the stream. And you already know the best way to support the stream is in the pinned comment. PayPal, Cash App, Venmo. I take it all. A whole lot of ones beat a whole lot of nuns. Family, also remember, you can give people memberships. You can go get your own membership. You can just send me gifts. You can do super thanks, super chat, super sticker. I take it all. Much appreciated. But yeah, let's get started. Let's get started. Shout out to everybody in the building. Let's get started. How's everybody doing? How is everybody doing? Let me see something. Okay, can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me? For all you who don't know, Afro Think Tank did a video talking about Tariq Nasheed co-signing Donald Trump sabotaging reparations for black people. Yeah, we're going to get into this. Shout out to Damu in the building. Shout out to AZ in the building. Yeah, let's get into this.
What's going on about this Afro Think Tank? So, Donald Trump just blocked black people from getting reparations in Illinois. Donald Trump made it his business to make sure that when Illinois decided they were going to give reparations to the black people of Illinois for historical injustice, Donald Trump went out of his way to block it. Tariq Nasheed agrees with Donald Trump blocking reparations for black people in Illinois. He said it out of his mouth because he said reparations for black people in Illinois is bullshit. And he did not explain why it was bullshit. He just went lockstep with his massa, Donald Trump.
Yep, but I got to clarify some things. It wasn't for the whole state of Illinois. It was just for the town of Evanston, which is in Illinois. And it hasn't been officially blocked yet, but Trump has joined forces with Ed Blum, who's suing to block it. So they got to wait for the Supreme Court to rule on it. But most likely the Supreme Court is going to rule to block it. Because it's like, not only is the Supreme Court 6-3 conservative, and they've been ruling with Ed Blum this whole time, but now that you got the Justice Department under Trump's direction saying that, yeah, we co-sign this. We see this as a civil rights violation. Yeah, it's pretty much a done deal at this point. We just waiting for it to be made official. We just waiting for the Supreme Court to make it official. But yes, it has effectively been blocked, and Tariq Nasheed is co-signing it.
Leader of FBA, Foundational Black Americans. The whole point is supposed to separate yourself from other Africans so that they can make it clear to the white people they worship that these special Negroes are the only ones that should receive any reparations via lineage, right? Their 250 lineage of their African enslaved ancestors in America. Now, that group, who was supposed to be all about reparations, had a whole reparations rally that I was at, by the way, where all they did was sell FBA hats and shirts and flags, and they had a stage full of Pan-Africans speaking Pan-African to unsuspecting FBA who view the term FBA as interchangeable with Black or African American, which in fact it's not, because FBA is a xenophobic hate group fan club of the old analog grifter Tariq Nasheed, the guy who changed his name to an Arabic name, that guy.
Exactly. That's the funny part about it. A lot of the people that were speaking at that fake reparations rallies were Pan-Africanists talking about Africa. Like that was the funny part about it. That's how you know it was just a grift. It was just a grift. There were people attacking Africans at the thing too. Don't get that wrong. But yeah, it's a grift. Shout out to East Coast Kev for setting it off. Oh, you sent another email. I'm gonna go look at that one, because remember, you sent this video. We didn't get a chance to get to it. But yeah, I'm gonna check that other email out, and we're gonna get to that too. Shout out to you, bro, for setting it off and for all your support. Yeah. I'm gonna check that email out. But shout out to you for that. But let's get back to this.
So your guy who's supposed to be about reparations, yeah, the guy who actually doesn't do anything to try to get reparations. He doesn't go lobby for Congress. He doesn't actually protest or march. He doesn't utilize his connections that he likes to name drop to push or put public pressure to get reparations. He simply goes on TikTok and talks shit to continental Africans and Caribbeans for fun, because he knows that his dumb ass subscribers and cult members only know how to look at flashy lights and flashy colors and say FBA for life. So the moment that the government, the Republicans who he supports, the Republicans that's paying him right now to spew his purposeful disrespect towards Black people, because every day Tariq Nasheed creates topics and thumbnails disrespecting and depicting Africans as subhuman barbarian savages who have never accomplished anything, and he separates the African from the African American on purpose and disrespects the Caribbean and the Haitians, who are just as much a part of America as African Americans, as we are one and the same group of people. This Tariq Nasheed, the leader, non-leader of FBA, is lockstep with Donald Trump in blocking reparations for African Americans. That's why you better never motherfucking call me FBA a day in your life, because them fighting words is disrespectful to my ancestors. It's disrespectful for every African that ever had to fight against this white supremacist in this landmass. It's disrespectful for all of our heroes who knew that they were African. You see, you hear FBA always say, I'm not African because my grandma never said she was African and they didn't know where they won from. You got to be the stupidest, dumbest person to justify your disconnection with Africa because your grandmama didn't call herself African. Your grandmama had a 6th grade education and she was a domestic slave for some white person, and she didn't have time to pontificate about her history because she was being subjugated. And her mama and her mama's mamas was slaves, and they didn't have access to the internet or TV, and barely had access to radios or books, because the white people who FBA worships and gives a pass for every single thing that they do and say to African Americans, while pretending like they mad about an African making a comment this one time way back when, and making thousands upon thousands upon thousands of videos acting like they're pissed off, while disregarding the obvious white supremacist organizations and government that is currently trying to destroy African American history in this country in our face with mask on and mask off.
Oh, Afro Think Tank was definitely teaching on this one, because I didn't even think of that to bring that up. You trying to say you not African because your grandmother didn't say she was African. Your grandmother didn't he said 6th grade. No, grandma didn't even have a 2nd grade education. Most of these dudes who are older than me who pumping this FBA nonsense. So that means your grandmother would was probably what, born in like the 1920s. She didn't even have a second grade education. She didn't have no education. What she know about being African? And her grandmother was a slave. Was an enslaved. Like so of course she wasn't sitting around calling herself an African. What was the point of that? In fact, the only people who were calling themselves African were the educated black people. That's funny. That's so funny. Because if you notice, all of our black institutions from back then got Africa in their name by educated people. So of course your grandmother probably wasn't calling herself no African. Like he correct. That made all the sense in the world. That made all the sense in the world. And yes, also giving a pass to racist white people for all they have done by when to attack and go crazy over nonsense. Like, oh, somebody said something, Akata. I never heard the word before in my life, but somebody on the internet told me that's what all Africans call us all day long. So I hate all black people everywhere around the world. Yeah, nonsense. You got a Goofy in the chat. I gotta go check this out. What's going on in the chat? You said there's no such thing as an African American. Yeah, definitely a Goofy. Okay, now you pumping African soul dust. You saying African soul dust? There's no such thing as a African American. Yeah, definitely a Goofy in the chat. Definitely a Goofy in the chat. But yeah, let's keep it going.
That's why FBA is a fucking joke. African American is the ethnic group. FBA is a hate cult, not to be associated with African Americans. So yes, Tariq Nasheed, the black man with an Arabic name who nobody knows anything actually about, who has a white woman in his house taking care of him, tells you that he's about reparations while actively supporting and backing Donald Trump, the neo-Nazi, racist white man who is actively disenfranchising black people on purpose, and not only didn't want to recognize that the transatlantic slave trade was a crime, the greatest crime against humanity, but he doubled down to make sure that when a state decides to practice its own sovereign states' rights, something Republicans are supposed to be all about, he intervened using his own executive order and the federal government to stop the state from his right to pay back its black people its reparations. That's on record. Anyway, tell me what you think in the comment sections. Afro Think Tank, learn some teach some. I'm out.
Yo, he was definitely right. He was definitely teaching. I think he's gonna play the clip. Let me see if he's gonna play the clip of the Tariq saying it. Matter of fact, I think he's just gonna play the clip of Tariq arguing with Revenue. I think he's gonna do that. So yeah, let's watch a little bit more of that. But shout out to the brother Afro Think Tank, friend of the channel. You already know. Oh, shout out to Reg 83 NY for coming through with the 10. Much appreciated, bro. Thank you for setting it off for yourself. Much appreciated. Family, make sure y'all shouting out the people who support the stream. Make sure y'all shout out East Coast Cav. Make sure y'all shout out Reg. They supporting the stream, man. They helping make this thing possible. They helping to make this thing possible. But before we get into this, I looked at an email. I got an email earlier from Lee, and East Coast Kev just told me about an email he sent. So they both sent me this email about Oshay and Afro Think Tank on live together. So we're gonna get right into that. We're gonna get right into that. We're gonna get right into that now. We probably watch these receipts another time. We're gonna get right into that. Let's get right into that. Let me see. I think they did a live. Let me see. Is this the live? Let me see. I think this is the live.
Okay. When them
I think, is the live still going on? All right, let's get back to the beginning. Let's get back to the beginning. Shout out to everybody in the building. Let's keep it going. Let's remember, we gotta like the video. I'm liking the video off rip. Make sure y'all liking my video too. Shout out to everybody in the building. Let's get into this. Afro Think Tank versus Oshay Duke Jackson on live.
all right, I had to switch it up. I had to put that joint in let me get my I had to use StreamYard, guys. All right, I had to switch to StreamYard because this thing is tripping. All right, we can do it this way.
Oh, I don't think it's working right now.
If you can hear me, give me a 1 in the chat, just so I know. Goddamn Saturday. Got me outside and shit. Y'all here see that? Oh, here we go. Add to stage. Here we go. All right, now we here. All right. I'm gonna let you start off, Oshay. Let's get through it.
No. I'm just here to say, I know we've been kind of having a little bit of intellectual back and forth, and it ain't always been pretty. But I just wanted to say that despite our many differences, that you are a real brother in the Pan-African movement. In many ways, you inspire me. So I want everybody to know, yeah, I have cussed out Afro Think Tank publicly and in my mind, but I love the brother. I believe that he is for real. He's legit. He's one of the few guys that's legit out here. And I don't always like him. He don't always like me, but I look up to him in many ways. Although he's crazy as fuck. I'm gonna be honest. He's a little out there sometimes, but he's definitely a good brother. I have no doubt that he wants the best for the black people more than anybody out here. So I wanted to publicly come out and say that on your platform. And I know you have that hostile crowd, which I'm glad to be. I like being in a hostile environment. So I thank them. I know they also.
Yeah, we're gonna stop Oshay. He he trying to butter Afro Think Tank up with all them platitudes right now. And all of them congratulations. Nah, it was live. I don't think it's live no more. I think it just ended, like maybe a couple minutes ago. Oh, shout out to RS7RV. I didn't see this. Thank you. Yes, support the stream, family. Support the stream. Support the stream, family. Support the stream. But let's get back to this. Shout out to everybody in the building.
Share the same things that we both share, even though we look at it differently. And that's why I like your platform. I love you personally, even though we don't always see eye to eye. So I wanted to come out there and publicly say that. So I know you have some issues with some of the stuff that I've been doing, and I know that this correction will be out of love, because I think that you respect what I do offline and stuff like that. So that's why I'm here. I'm here to get the smoke.
All right. Question number one.
Sure.
How many times did you vote for Donald Trump?
Twice. 3 times.
3 times.
Yes.
Sitting in Uganda, but you voting for Trump. Sitting in Uganda and you out here voting for Trump. Like, come on, man. You can't make this up. You can't make this up. But yeah, let's keep it going. Oh, wait, time out. Shout out to Justin March in the building. My first moderator. He just came through with gifting 20 memberships. Family, if Justin March gifted you a membership, make sure you shout him out and make sure you thank him and make sure you keep the membership going. You can lower it, you can raise it, whatever the case may be, just keep the membership going. And make sure y'all shouting out everybody who support the stream. East Coast Cabs supported the stream. Let me go through that right now. East Coast Cabs supported the stream. Red supported the stream. RS7RV supported the stream. Justin March supported the stream. So make sure y'all shouting them brothers out. Make sure y'all shouting them out and thank them. I mean, they helping to keep this going. Voted for Trump 3 times. 3 times. Matter of fact, was Oshay upfront about his Trump support, or was he doing the Tariq Nasheed, pretending that he wasn't really supporting Trump like that? Like he was neutral. Was Oshay pretending he was neutral, like Tariq and all those other bozos was doing, even though we know they support Trump? Let me know. Inquiring minds want to know. Let's get back to this.
Why?
Well, I mean, I've already stated this publicly, but the reason why I voted for Donald Trump, and he's a terrible president. Let's just get that out in this time. He's a terrible president. Largely, it's from the dissatisfaction as to what the Democratic Party, in my honest opinion, were doing with the Black community. Because I think largely our community has always been more inclusive of everybody else, where there's, not even just other Black immigrants, but let's say, for example, let's say gay rights, if you want to say that. We've been inclusive of everybody's struggle. And so what I think is that the Black struggle got co-opted by the Democratic Party for everybody else. So now our struggle is transgender. Our struggle is, everybody else that has the issue, the Asian community and stuff like that. And then those groups come in and become more insular. And then they kind of forget about us as a whole. And so we lose leverage. That was my main reason for voting for anybody that was a Republican candidate, had it been him or not.
Oh shit, that's a terrible reason. One, the Democratic Party didn't do that. In fact, that was those other communities. Because remember, I got to keep explaining this to you. The Democratic Party is a big tent party. That means you got different factions, different interests, different groups inside the Democratic Party. And they all don't see eye to eye. They all don't agree on the same thing. And sometimes some parts of the party want some things that actually hurt other parts of the party. But the only thing everybody agree on is that the Republicans are the worst. That the worst case scenario that could happen is the Republicans win. That's the only reason people work together. That's not the Democrat, quote unquote, Democratic Party. I got to stop talking about the Democratic Party like it's a monolith or like it's a mystical cabal. Black people are a part of that party. And all that stuff you complaining about, Black people played a role in that too. Let's not play games like they ain't a bunch of LGBT Black people who was pushing that line, who pushed that line. Remember, Black Lives Matter. There was a bunch of Black lesbians who started that, and then they was the ones who started saying, hey, we got to focus on LGBT, we got to focus on trans. They was the ones doing that. That wasn't the Democratic Party. That was them doing that. And when the Black community let them do that. Because remember, during the Civil Rights Movement, Byron Rushton tried to do that. And he got kicked out the movement when he tried to do that. When he tried to push that gay is the new nigga nonsense, they faded him. They said, what? You trying to co-opt the movement and make it some gay shit? Get out of here. You gone. See, Black people let that happen. They let gay Black people and other groups in our community who actually care about other communities and other issues more than they care about us co-opt our movement. We let that happen. That was no Democrats. We let that happen. Shout out to everybody in the building. Shout out to everybody in the building. Make sure you hit that like button. It's deeper FBA. I'm a Democratic shield. See, this is the problem with you bozos. I'm gonna educate you for a minute, real quick. We're gonna use you. I'm gonna educate you, and then I'm gonna put you on timeout. A Democratic shield would be somebody like Oshay Duke Jackson. You know what a shield is? That's somebody who is playing for a side but pretending to be neutral. That's a shield. Oshay is a shield. Like Oshay just admitted, he voted for Donald Trump all 3 times. But Oshay, like Justin March just said, I just looked it up, Oshay didn't openly come out and support Donald Trump until 2024, which means all that time before then, Oshay was pumping all that nonsense, attacking the Democratic Party and acting like he was being neutral when he was actually a Trump supporter. He was actually a Republican voter. That's a shill. I'm not a shill. I let people know up front that I support the Democratic Party. I let people know up front that, hey, vote for Hillary. Hey, vote for Joe Biden. Hey, vote for Kamala Harris. I let that be known up front. I cannot be a shill. I told you up front who I support, what side I'm on. I'm not neutral. I let it be known up front I'm not neutral. See, this is the problem. You listening to Tariq Nasheed. He's making you stupid. He's making you stupid. He's cooking your brain. He's cooking your brain. This is why I said it's only but so long you can listen to FBA before your brain start turning to soup. Like you don't even know what basic political terminology mean anymore. Calling me a shill. How could I be a shill? Somebody who has openly said, I don't get a check for the Democratic Party, but I would love to get a check from the Democratic Party to do what I'm doing. Like, how can I be a shill? Of all things you could have called me a shill. I don't get no secret checks from the Democrats. I don't pretend to be neutral. I just start my political project that I'm working on right now. It's called BYB. The last B stand for blue. Blue as in Democrat. How can I be a shill? Can't make this up, man. Can't make this up. But yeah, let's get back to Oshay.
But that was largely what it was. And if you can hear Roland Martin now, he's saying the same thing, word of tangibles. I mean, he's saying the same thing that a lot of folks have been saying. A lot of people have had their criticism of the Democratic Party. So I thought he was basically the lesser of the two evils. Now, am I wrong this time? Oh, yeah. I mean, he's a terrible president. That's the truth. And I have to be accountable for that. But I still think that Kamala Harris, when she stood on reparations, was not very clear. And I also think that Kamala Harris being married to a non-white person, I think if it was a black man in her situation, the same people would have been criticizing that black man for if he had a white wife. And he wouldn't.
All right, we're going to stop that. One, Kamala Harris was very clear on when she was on reparations. In fact, Kamala Harris is the first person to run for president for a major party who was openly in support of reparations. That has never happened before. Never. Never. Not even Obama. Never. Just like Trump ran the most anti-reparations campaign in American history. He made anti-reparations a part of his official platform. I never seen that before. Never. So all this, oh, I was wrong. You trying to do the MAGA thing. This is what MAGA do every time. When MAGA people supported Trump in 2016 and his first term was an unmitigated disaster. Everybody tried to act like, oh, I can't believe this. I can't believe I supported this guy. He lied to me. He's a disaster, blah, 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 blah. But as soon as election time came around, they voted for him again. And guess what? When election time came around again, they voted for him again. And you know what? If Trump could run for a president again for a fourth time, people like Oshay would vote for him again. All this, every time the Republican candidate gets in office and is an unmitigated disaster, everybody hand-wringing, oh, I didn't know. Oh, I didn't see this, blah, 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 blah. And then, but they'll still support them. They'll still support them. They'll find a way to still attack the Democratic candidate. Shout out to Noel for coming through with the 5. Much appreciated. Thank you for setting it off for yourself. Got me one step closer to my goal. Everybody, make sure y'all shout out Noel for coming through with the 5.
Never get an endorsement for the black community like she has.
Okay, so that's the first. Okay, so here's the thing.
Oh, and I want to address that part. There is some truth to that. I'm not gonna lie. Had Obama had a white wife, I don't believe he would have got the support he did. He probably would have still became president, but he wouldn't have got the support he did. So there is some truth to that. I'm not gonna. Oshay didn't tell no lie with that when he's saying, well, if Kamala had been a black man with a white wife, she wouldn't have got the kind of support from the community. There's some truth to that, but I will say this: had Kamala had been a man, she probably wouldn't have got as much support from black women, but she probably would have got more support from black men. She probably still would have lost, and it would have been an even bigger loss. But I do believe the support from black men would have went up, and the support from black women would have went down. I do believe that. But yeah, let's keep it going. Shout out to everybody in the building.
Mm-hmm. That what you just explained is good for the first time you voted for Donald Trump. Okay, I'll give you that one. But you voted for him 3 more times. The first time you voted for Donald Trump, after that first 4 years, after hundreds of thousands of people died, after he started a campaign to disenfranchise black people, to tear down black monuments, to take black books out of school, you voted for him again.
Yes.
So are you saying that, because the first time it was Hillary, I understand that, we wasn't about to vote for Hillary, right? I understand that thing. But the second time, right, then you had Joe Biden, right? You said, you know what? Donald Trump did a real good job the first time. Let me vote for him again. And
I'm happy Afro Think Tank brought that up, because like I just said, I'm happy he brought that up. I'm happy Afro Think Tank is making that point. I'm so happy. Shout out to a pimp named Slickback for coming through with the 5. Let me see. Yes, FBA is worse than black conservatives, because a lot of black conservatives just be cooning for a dollar, or they actually believe in that stuff. But but they not anti-black though, like that. Like they may be anti-black, but they not anti like black with it's like, oh, I'm like this space age weirdo nonsense. So yeah, black conservatives are terrible, but FBA is worse because FBA is a cult. It don't stand on nothing, and it's just all hate. It's nothing else there. Like there's something there with black conservatives because you understand black people are very socially conservative. So there's something there. There's nothing here with FBA. It's just a white nationalist psyop. And like you said, black conservatives make it known that they don't care about reparations. FBA act like that's all they care about, but they will gladly support a man who's anti-reparations and celebrate when he works to stop reparations, block reparations, and act like it ain't no big deal. But yeah, let's get back to this. Shout out to Pimp Lane Slickback. Everybody make sure y'all shouting them out for supporting the stream. Thank you for coming through.
He lost. And then you said, you know what? I'm going to vote for this motherfucker a third time because he did such an excellent job the first time. And then the 4 years he was out, he did such an excellent job post-presidency, and then we vote him back again. So you did 3 times. But okay, but you explain yourself. I do understand it because the Democrats right now, all right, have taken advantage of the black vote. We all, I think at this point, we all agree on that shit right now, right? Like just now, almost every one of those black Democrats voted to fund Israel. They said, F us, we're going to fund Israel. They all work for Israel.
I got to disagree with that one because what does them voting to fund Israel got to do with us? That's not money coming out of our pocket. Remember, the stuff going to Israel is not actually like money. It's equipment that's already been paid for. That's just sitting around. That's most of the funding. But that ain't got nothing to do with us. That ain't got nothing to do with us. Nothing. And I don't think the Democrats have taken advantage of black people. They have not, because black people got the most, effectively the most powerful group in the Democratic Party. We have just not organized to wield that power properly. That's it. We have not organized to wield that power properly. That's another thing I said to people before. I said, watch, you're going to see groups that don't have half the power black people got in the Democratic Party get twice as much through the Democratic Party. Why? Because they're organized. They know what they want and they push in what they want. It's just that simple. Black people don't know what they really want. And not going to stand 10 toes down behind it and push the line on it. It's just that simple. It's just that simple. It's just that simple. Shout out to a pimp named Slickback for the double up. Yes, it is very hard, especially when you got the Supreme Court that people gave away. Like the Supreme Court they gave away is 6-3. All somebody got to do is sue in court and say, well, this is wrong. And the Supreme Court, being activists, is going to say, yeah, we agree with that. Just like they did. The Supreme Court said all that gerrymandering that they doing to remove black power in the South, legal. Virginia did some redistricting. They said it's illegal. How is that legal, but this is illegal? Because the Supreme Court just said so. That's why. That's why you don't hear no more talk about people talking about, oh, well, we're going to redistrict the northern states. We're going to redistrict the blue states. Since they want to redistrict, we're going to redistrict. Nobody's talking about that no more. Why? Because the Supreme Court has let it be known and shown that they will sabotage it. Just that simple. You try to do what we letting the Republicans do, we're going to block it. So, yeah, it is very difficult to get anything done now under these circumstances. That's why Trump winning that election in November 9th, 2016 is a day that got to live in infamy. A day that got to live in infamy. Shout out to you for coming through with the 5. Oh, wait, you did a triple up. Oh, see, look, you just made my point with the comment you said. Yes. Let's say that's what I was always telling people. I say you can get the perfect president right now and give him a super majority in Congress, and he still wouldn't be able to get nothing done because people would just sue in federal court, send it to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court would just say, yeah, he can't do this. This is illegal, even though they let everybody else do it. This is like right now. They suing to block reparations, claiming that reparations violate civil rights. How does paying black people reparations violate civil rights? Paying anybody else reparations didn't violate civil rights, but somehow black people getting reparations violate civil rights. And we know the court is just going to rule with them and say, yeah, you're right. It does violate it. Shout out to you, bro, for coming through 3 times, helping me get to my goal. Help me get 3 steps closer to my goal. Much appreciate. I much appreciate it. I much appreciate it. Somebody said I'm wrong. You're wrong. It does get. But most of I didn't say they didn't get no direct cash, but a lot of the stuff that they voting for to fund Israel is weapons. It's weapons. It's just again, but it's mainly weapons, or in the form of weapon funding. It's not just like cash in hand that they could just do whatever they want with. But at the end of the day, that don't got nothing to do with us. Remember, BYB, we doing black identity politics. We not gonna sacrifice black people we got going on here in America, worrying about what nobody else got going on nowhere else in the world. We not setting ourselves on fire to keep nobody warm. But shout out to you, person, kid, 21. I think that's your name. I can't really see. Yeah, we not doing that. Shout out to Justin Mars, BYB. We not doing that. I don't give a damn who America funding. I'm not gonna turn my back on black politicians who are holding the line against Trump's racism because they funding something that's going on 1,000 miles away, 3,000 miles away, that can turn out either way, and it don't make a damn difference in my life. We're not doing that. That's how. You can take that off the list. This is why we in the situation we in now. That's why I said we got to stop with this second wave black internationalism. We on a new wave, 3rd wave black internationalism. That's the new wave. But shout out to you for that comment. Let's get back to this.
So I completely understand that portion. I just wanted my subscribers to understand why you voted for Donald Trump. All right, and you did just say he's a terrible president. All right, now here's another question
to your audience.
Wait.
Like, yeah, Donald Trump is not a great president. But to be fair, on the right is also owned by Israel, just like the left is.
Yeah, so, both of them are.
I mean,
great point by Oshay. Both sides support Israel regardless. That's another reason why I don't get all this attacking the Democrats, especially when the Republicans support Israel more than the Democrats do. So we mad about the Democrats supporting Israel, so we're going to let the Republicans win, who are going to support Israel even harder. What kind of stupid strategy is that? That's another reason why I'm not jacking this. It'd be one thing if we sacrificed ourselves and the Palestinians got free. I wouldn't co-sign that, but I would understand that. But us sacrificing ourselves don't get them free. It just get them further into bondage. So why are we doing it? It don't make no sense. That's pure emotional talk. And the people who pump or pushing that line are lefties who are trying to break the system. They don't actually care about the Palestinians one way or the other. They just using them as a political football to try to against the liberals. That's it. So they can take over the Democratic Party. That's it. Shout out to Young Boy Goated coming through with the 5. Exactly. How Oshay, Oshay some type of tether. He and other people countries talking down on them, worrying about what they doing in their business. If he got a problem, he need to take himself back to his homeland, America. And also, that should also be considered a form of tethering. You in all the way in Uganda, voting for Donald Trump, who's not in the best interest of black people, and putting out propaganda for Donald Trump. That's what you're doing. unsolicited propaganda for Donald Trump. Donald Trump ain't giving you no money for that. You were sitting around here pretending all these years, damn near for like what? For a damn near decade, almost a decade, pretending to be neutral when you were supporting Donald Trump the whole time. Yes, he's a Pan-Africanist tether. He's trying to tether himself to Pan-Africanism. And he ain't about that. He not about that. But shout out to young boy Goated. Make sure y'all salute him, bro, for supporting the stream. He just got me one step closer to my goal. Let's keep it moving.
A Republic, and I want to say this. I am more black-centered first than politics, which is why I'm here tonight. Because, you know, I'm here to try to not like, I think that everybody wants the same thing.
Right? That's a deflection, Oshay, because when he pointed that out, you made a good point, but now you're deflecting and saying, well, I'm more black-centered. But if you're more black-centered, why are you voting for the anti-black guy? That don't make no sense, but we're going to keep it going.
Right, and that's what I believe. So even though we have different ways of going about it, and sometimes it's not pretty, that's why I'm here. And I want to say that I am a black person and for the black struggle first over politics.
Okay.
So, when people
they one and the same. Ain't no black struggle without politics. Black people getting free in this land was political. Matter of fact, let's start from the beginning. The decision to enslave black people was political. The decision to let us be chattel slaves was political. The way we got out of slavery was political. The way we got our rights during the civil rights movement was political. Matter of fact, I skipped a step. Us having to go through Jim Crow was political. Us getting out of Jim Crow was political. Us going back to Jim Crow is political. You can't divorce them. This is another problem that I see. It's not just a black problem. This is an American problem where people think you can divorce issues from politics. You can't. They one and the same. Politics is not a game. It's not a joke. Politics decides who lives and who dies, who will eat, who will starve, who will be freed, who will be chained. Politics decide what you can do and what you can't do. Politics is everything and everything is politics. Like you can't divorce, especially being black in America. You can't divorce that from politics. Our very hair is political. This is why states all around the country had to pass Crown Acts. Our very existence is political. Us being in America is a political act. Just by your very existence as a black person in America, you are committing a political act, especially if you openly black. If you openly black, unapologetically black, you are committing a political act. You wearing your natural hair, that's a political act. This is why the Black Panthers, when them was rocking afros, that was a political statement. It wasn't a fashion choice. That was a political statement.
Believe it or not, that's what I am.
Okay. I agree with I believe it, but this is the issue that we have. Now,
okay.
Why do you now you know what Tariq Nasheed, you know who Tariq Nasheed is,
yes.
You know what he does, and you know his history, right?
Yeah.
Now you call yourself a Pan-African, right?
Yes.
You say you're in the Pan-African space, you're pro-black, and this and that. And I understand Pan-Africanism doesn't mean kumbaya, Care Bears, we all wear the same dashikis and move to the same country. I understand that.
Oh, shout out to Nana for coming through with the $9.99. You said we got ideological differences. I don't even know your ideology, respectfully. Not trying to be funny, but I don't. But I'm pretty sure you know mine, so I'm gonna take your word for it. But you said you respect what I do. I never disrespected African, even when it wasn't pretty. Yes, I never did that. You know why? Because I'm principled, I'm righteous, and I know that attacking everybody is how you try to kill the puppet and leave Geppetto alive. Attacking everybody is how you let the people who actually did the crime get away with it. And also, I'm from New York. It ain't always pretty in New York. Like, again, people on the outside looking in, y'all see everybody just living together. Because, again, if you go to any group of black people, I promise you, they're not just one type of black people. There's going to be Ghanaians. They're going to be Nigerians. There's going to be Jamaicans, there's gonna be Dominicans, they're gonna be Colombians, Panamanians, it's gonna be black people from all around this country. You might even bump into some black people from the UK. We all live together. And trust me, it ain't always pretty. Like, I believe diversity is our strength, but sometimes you got a bunch of people who didn't grow up the same, don't speak the same language, don't got the same value system, all in one spot. Sometimes it get tricky, and sometimes it even gets sticky. But at the end of the day, we are one. So it's like, yeah, I learned. I've been through the trenches of that. We don't attack whole groups of people. That's out. But shout out to you again for the $9.99. I'm about to start checking out some of your content soon. Yeah. Salute to the whole chat. Make sure y'all saluting people who donating and supporting the stream, helping me get one step closer to my goal. But yeah, let's get back to this. Let's see what's going on.
Right? But Tariq Nasheed is a well-known grifter, and he sows division for monetary gain. Why do you support Tariq Nasheed?
Okay, so I was actually one of Tariq Nasheed's critics. For about a year and a half, right? It was never personal, but ideological. One of the things that, and one of the guys that really fundamentally developed me, like in the pro-black stances, is a brother by the name of Street Media TV, George Macon. So he's played a big role in my life.
Oh, George, yeah, I mean the guy from Guyana.
But yeah, half. So he's been really inspirational.
George Macon the bozo. That's your inspiration, George Macon the bozo. This guy is beyond dumb. Imagine saying that with a straight face. George Macon the bozo is my inspiration. A dude who don't know what he want to be. A dude who threw his own family under the bus trying to be down with Yvette Carnell, and she told him no because he got black immigrant blood. He threw his own family. Matter of fact, let me see if I can find that clip. This bozo threw his own family under the bus. His own blood. His own blood under the bus. Own blood under the bus. Let me see if I can find that clip. Shout out to everybody in the building. Shout out to everybody in the building. We're going to see if we can find that clip right now. I'm going to let Oshay keep talking, but we're going to see if we can find that clip.
With me, in trying to establish where I am. When Tariq Nasheed was about to build the center, what was it called? The thing that he built, the hidden history. Yeah, this is before Tariq Nasheed responded to me. He said, "Brother, please stop calling out Tariq Nasheed because he's the closest person right now that has the reparations talk on the table. I believe right now it's kind of equal between Yvette Carnell, but he was kind of gaining."
So now you trying to say that you fell back from Tariq Nasheed when he hold you out because George Macon told him to? You a liar, Oshay. In fact, you so much of a liar. I think I found that clip first. Before that. While I'm looking for the George Macon clip, I found that clip. Let's see if we can go to that of you getting holed out by Tariq. Now you trying to act like, oh, you stopped going in because George Macon asked you to. You a bozo. Matter of fact, my audio fell out. Dang. Yeah, let's shout out to everybody in the building. Let's go to that. Now you fell back because George Macon the bozo asked you to. Let's get to this.
That video is from that dude, that Oshay dude. And Oshay, and people have been saying you've been taking little shots, you've been, kind of playing the fence. Oshay, I know you're listening. Oshay, don't poke the bear. Oshay, don't poke the bear, brother. You way too easy. Oshay, I know you're listening, brother. Don't play with me, bro. You way too easy, my nigga. Way too easy, bro. I already know you get down, bro. You too easy for me, man. You need to let that go, man. Don't poke the bear, bro. You keep poking the fucking bear, and a chunk gonna get snatched right out that ass, bro. Don't play. You way too easy, brother. All right? And you poking the bear, you pushing it. Oshay, you pushing it. You know, man, I'm hearing little things here and there because I don't really watch what you do, brother. But don't poke the bear, bro. Don't do that. Don't do that, bro. Nigga, when I say a motherfucker is way too easy, bro. For my type of petty, way too easy, brother. Way too easy. And I'm warning you once. I warned niggas one time. That video is from that.
Shout out to a pimp named Slickback for coming through with another 5. Make sure y'all shouting bro out. Yeah, Oshay. Oh yeah, Oshay been a trick. He been got exposed for being a trick overseas, tricking off all that money. People thought he was joking. He been got exposed. He been got exposed as a trick. He been got exposed as a trick. And I heard Oshay caught a weird case somewhere overseas too. I don't know how true that is. But yeah, I heard. Like now George making the bozo is the reason why you fell back from Tariq. No, you fell back because you was afraid. And your criticisms of Tariq had nothing to do with Pan-Africanism. So you could stop that right there. But let's get into this George making receipt. Shout out to everybody in the building. Let's do that. Let's get into this George making receipt. Tell me if you could hear the video. In fact, here we go. There we go. Let's get into that. Shout out to you again, pimp named Slickback, for coming through with another 5. But let's get into this.
Discretion is advised.
Oh, we got brother George Macon on. Go ahead, George.
But I'm fucking African American. You know, my parents is from the Caribbean, but my mom is my father's African American. Even when I look at my family today, some of my cousins and stuff, they can't stand African Americans. They'll sit there and say things about African Americans to me, and I'll argue with them because I'm saying, wait a minute, my mom is Cuban and Panamanian, but I'm fucking African American. My father's African American. I was born here.
You've probably seen.
Wait, come out. Let's go to this. As y'all can see on your screen, let me see. Let me take some of this stuff off so y'all can see it clearly. So we can see it clearly. We're gonna see this clearly. We're gonna see this clearly. Shout out to everybody in the building. We're gonna see this clearly right now. You're gonna see this clearly. This is George making the bozo. Everything that goes in the wash comes out in the rinse. This is Yvette Carnell. You see it. This is when she was the undisputed leader of ADOS, even when Tariq was following behind her. And he was claiming ADOS. And he was saying ADOS, FBA, same thing. She personally faded George Macon out of ADOS. Kicked him out the whip. That's why it says ADOS lineage matters. Why? Because he acknowledged he got quote unquote black immigrant blood. Kicked him out. Kicked him out. Kicked him out. Kicked this goofy right out. Kicked his goofy self right out, saying he can't claim ADOS. He's faded. He got black immigrant ancestry. He got to get out. And I made a video laughing at him. And this is what George making the bozo did. Let's look at this. He went down south to his father's land to try to prove to me and Yvette. Look, you see the name, Haven Bullets and Yvette Carnell. He was trying to prove to us that he was really ADOS, bro. Because I had to explain to him, because he couldn't understand why Yvette Carnell kicked him out and why everybody was saying he not ADOS. I had to explain to him, like, bozo, you try to join something that you didn't even understand. You can't have black immigrant ancestry and be ADOS. They made that clear. You can't have no immigrant blood and be ADOS. This is why Tariq said Malcolm X ain't ADOS. Remember that? Remember that? That's why. And look, after this, not we, because I'm not a part of it, I just was letting them know that he got kicked out. And the reason why. This is what this bozo did. Look what it says. Building with the elders in Cobra. Now he want to go be down with in Cobra. Now he wanted to be a Pan-Africanist again. After you was talking down, trying to suck your way up into ADOS, into a higher rank in that, a higher status in that, and Yvette kicked you out, now you want to be down with the Pan-Africanists. Now you want to build with the elders. This is your big homie, Tariq? Excuse me, Oshay? This your big homie? This your big homie right here. This your big dog. This is the person who taught you to leave Tariq alone and follow behind Tariq because Tariq got it. This your big dog, right? This your big dog, right? Matter of fact, since we here, I'm about to play a receipt right now. I just realized this. Let's play some receipts, bro. Let's play some receipts. We're gonna play some receipts. Let's play this video. Let's play a little bit of that. Since we here. Shout out to everybody in the building. I might as well have made this a special event because I don't think I'm gonna be able to get to anything else other than this live with Oshay and Afro Think Tank. Play this clip right here so y'all can really get what I'm talking about.
Make sure you tell them, if you don't know what you're talking about, go to ADOS 101. And then our agenda is on that page. If you know, because what they try to do is dismiss you, as we saw with the brother, for those people that saw the video with Clyburn, and I want to make sure that you don't get this.
Oh, wait, time out. Shout out to Afro, shout out to Afro Think Tank, but shout out to East Coast Kev for coming through with another 5. Thank you so much. Yeah, I got more receipts than Walmart. That's why people already know. You can't have no conversation with me. I'm gonna fry you every trip. All that, I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, I never did that. I never said that. Prove it. I'm going to fry you every time. And the funny part is, I can't even fry people as good as I used to because one of my external hard drives is broken. I lost another one, and when I was moving, I lost 2 computers. Yeah. But I still got enough. I still got enough left over. But yeah, let's keep it going.
On the basis of your presentation, and you know, you might not have meant it that well. Because he said cut the check, and everybody said, well, if he would have said it different, it didn't matter how he said it to Clyburn. Clyburn was ill-prepared to deal with a black agenda. And that's what the whole thing is going down right now, is that we're demanding a black agenda centered around being ADOS. Largely what has happened is 2 groups have dominated black gatekeeper success. That is biracials and immigrants. And when I say biracials, I'm even considering Africans as well. So what you end up with is that 90% of the group is shut out from having a voice.
Like you heard what he said, right? Halfricans. They don't say that no more, but they used to say that this term, Halfrican. That's what they used to refer to people who have black immigrant ancestry. Like, all right, one parent may be an African American, Black American, Native Black American, but the other parent got immigrant ancestry or is an immigrant or was the descendants of immigrants. So you're a Halfrican.
Because you got this 10% group.
You know,
and how you tried to say it like we're not American. We're just as American as you.
You know, Queen Nazuri, I shout you out because you support both of our channels.
Look, crying to white people about being just as American as them. But yeah, let's keep it going.
We all gonna be able to have this discussion. You said to be something about having 2 black parents. Well, I challenge that because I'm questioning: are we talking about 2 black parents that are descendants of American slavery, native blacks, or are we just saying any African country, from Ethiopia to South Africa? And so, I challenge that because now, if you're saying that, does it also include people who sold us into slavery? So you as a black person can marry somebody whose family sold you into slavery and you're within race.
As you heard, that's your fault. Oh yeah. That was Tone Talks. There's a much longer clip, but they flagged it down. When as you heard what he said, he does not accept somebody as being quote unquote black or being within quote unquote race or being inside the group if they got 2, even if they got 2 black parents, if one of those parents happen to be of an immigrant ancestry. He don't accept that. Because again, early in that clip, they was asking, well, who is black? And as you heard, the African lady said anybody with 2 black parents. And he said, I challenge that. And then he went to that disgusting lie about, what if they family had sold your family into slavery? The white people that y'all was meat eating that whole show. So sold y'all family into slavery. They kept your family into slavery, but you got no problem integrating with them, working with them. Because that's what Yvette was talking about when we're like, hey, we just as American as you. They was talking about that, you ain't got nothing in common with Africans. You you American, just like the white people. That's when they was talking about, that's when they first started talking about lineage, saying that the slave master had 2 families, because that's how they count the lineage. The white man is the progenitor of the lineage, and he had 2 families, a white family and a black family. So we of the same bloodline. That's what they teach. That's what they teach. This is their big home. This is your big homie. So nobody can't say I was lying. Nobody can't say I was lying. Nobody can't say I never told no lies about these people. I know it may sound like a lie, like it ain't no way that they believe that. It ain't no way they believe that, but they do. That's what they promote. It's only when they get put in corners where they pretend that they don't believe that. And then when they get out the corner, then they go back to pushing that. Always like that. Always like that. In fact, we're going to finish this because, again, people are going to be like, well, what about Tariq? I see Yvette Carnell. I see Tone Talks, the mother and father of the whole ideology. But what about Tariq? Did Tariq say that? And then he say that with FBA? Well, we go into that right now. Here we go. Here we go. Here's Tariq. Let me make sure my audio good, because you know the audio be getting choppy. But here we go.
Meaning foundational Black Americans who are the foundation of this country. That's the group, and that group includes Dr. Martin Luther King and many other foundational Black Americans who are prominent. You dig? Because people who got a problem with American descendants of slaves, and you got a problem with Harriet Tubman, you got a problem with Malcolm X, not Malcolm, with Martin Luther King, meaning foundational Black Americans who are the foundation of this country. That's the group, and that group includes Dr. Martin Luther King and many other foundational Black Americans who are prominent. You dig? Because people who got a problem with American descendants of slaves, and you got a problem with Harriet Tubman, you got a problem with Malcolm X, not Malcolm, with Martin Luther King.
All right, that's enough. Y'all heard it. I heard what he said. He corrected himself. When he said Malcolm X, he said, no, not Malcolm X, Martin Luther King. That's the reason why Malcolm X wasn't on the FBA shirt. Remember, people was asking, how you got an FBA shirt and you got all those Black people on there, but you don't got Malcolm X. You even got Martin Luther King on it. Because remember, they used to attack Martin Luther King all the time. All the time. But they had to switch up to follow behind Yvette Carnell. So again, this is your big homie. This is they big homies. This is not no foot soldier. This is not no peon. This is not me guessing. This is not me making stuff up. This is what it is. Oh, shout out to Nasheed for you in the building. Yes, the first person who found Chicago was Haitian, but they don't care about that. They don't care about that. Like, it's too easy. That's why I said you got to be stupid to truly be down with the FBA movement. You got to be stupid to be truly down with them because it's too easy to debunk them. It's too easy. It's too easy to just like to point out the nonsense. Not even including their links to white nationalists. Like, we're not even getting to that. We just talking about just the ideology as it stands and how they talk. Shout out to 350, yo, in the building. Yeah, is this your king? Is this your king? Peace and love, peace and love. Like, this is what I said. This is what I said. See, nobody can't say I'm lying. They never can't say I'm lying. I told no lies on these people. I never told no lies. I know it sounds fantastical because it's like it ain't no way that they truly believe that. But they do. They do. But anyway, let's get back to this. Sorry for that that whole sidebar. But Oshay threw me for a loop talking about his big homie George Macon is the reason he fell back and then going on Tariq and he started fucking with Tariq. That's a lie. That is a lie. You scared of Tariq, that's one. And George Macon is a bozo if you following behind him. which makes you, excuse me, you're a bozo if you following behind George Macon the bozo. George Bacon.
Momentum. So then I stopped. I stood down because what George said. Now, does Freak Nasheed have issues in the past? Of course. But here's the situation. And Afro, thinking you've been to Nigeria, you live in Uganda. A lot of the things that Tariq Nasheed has been saying or Pharaoh said, that I experience those things every day. I've went through those challenges every day, as you saw with Agaba, and a lot of the things that I go through.
Now you shouting out Pharaoh said that. Do I even still got receipts on Pharaoh said that? I think I still got some receipts on that bozo too. Since you want to say his name, he's a whole bozo and a whole goofy too, who's constantly contradicting himself and trying to create these weird standards that he can't live up to, and he never even attempted to live up to. About, oh, if you're not a real Pan-Africanist, if you didn't move and live to Africa, but you was claiming you was a Pan-Africanist and a Rasta for 40-something years, and you never stepped foot in Africa. In fact, when you got your plane ticket, instead of going to Africa, you went to Hawaii, nigga. Another bozo.
I don't talk about it personally on my channel, but the Agaba situation was so bad, and again, there is division that is out.
Time out. If that situation was so bad, I'm sorry I keep stopping it, but if that situation was so bad that because remember, Oshay, that was his justification for attacking Africans and saying the things that he was saying because he got scammed by that one guy. So instead of making it all about that one guy, you think it's smarter to make it all about Africans and just attack Africans in general. That's cool. That makes sense. You're a bozo, Oshay. You're a bozo and you're a liar. I don't believe you. You're smart enough to know that don't make no sense. Shout out to the visionary in the building.
There, I see a lot of what the people in the FBA online community do, and on the right, and sometimes it's, like I said, it's too far to the right with some of the trolling, the name calling and stuff like that. But I think fundamentally what the premise is that a lot of Black Americans have experienced what he's talking about. I experienced it. So that is why I decided to just...
That's a lie. The average person claiming FBA don't even live by no Black immigrants, especially no Africans. And the ones who do will tell you that Africans distance themselves from them and don't want to be a part of them. So how did they experience any scamming and any things being taken from them by Africans or Black immigrants in general? Like, this is all lies. This is all lies. It'd be one thing if this movement was filled with a bunch of people from New York who was like, oh, we just tired of it. That'd be one thing. But it ain't that. Or Florida or someplace like that. But that ain't the case. But we're going to keep it going.
It just started hitting home, just like you talked about it in Nigeria. And the division is going to be, the division has been there since the 60s with the African community. It was there when my mother was at UC Davis. Now, I know you live on the East Coast corridor, so it's
yes, Rasta's no, Oshay never said he was a Rasta. Pharaoh said that is the Rasta. Pharaoh said that is the dude who was claiming to be a Rasta for 40-something years, who never went to Africa, but try to attack other people who are Pan-Africanists and other Rastas because they never been to Africa or they didn't stay in Africa. Like, oh, all you did was go to Africa, but why you didn't move there? You're a fake Pan-Africanist. You're a fake Rasta, even though he never stepped foot in Africa. Even though when he got his plane ticket, he was supposed to go to Africa. He said, I decided that I want to go to Africa the long way, so I went to Hawaii first. Dweeb. I said Rasta. I didn't say Roaster. I said Rasta.
A little bit different. But if you look at where Africans have went in the 80s and 90s, it was there with the Caribbeans. It was there in Toronto in the 80s and 90s. It's there in South Africa right now.
You're right. Shout out to you, Vegeta. Shout out to Vegeta in the building. When I was talking about Hotep pro-Black scammers, you just unlocked something in my mind and helped me think. What happened to that $100 million that Pharaoh said he was raising? He raised a lot of money. Where's that money? Where is that money? Man, oh man, oh man.
And again, we play a role into it as Black Americans. It's not like we're not guilty, but the underlying thing is a lot of people can't participate in Pan-Africanism because the countries are not developing the diaspora and its own citizens to even be in Pan-Africanism, to even make it worthwhile. So what we get is a lot of people covering ground on the continent. And so when they encounter each other, they encounter us, then we don't really have a value exchange. So I can stand down to Tariq Nasheed does some things I disagree with all the time. But as far as me publicly coming out and saying anything,
can you name something that Tariq Nasheed does that you disagree with?
I mean, I think it's a little bit too far with some of this, like the jokes, the thumbnails with the sandals. Some of the stuff is the hairline stuff. It could be a little bit. It is too much. And then some of the commentary from the brothers is too much. But ideologically, when we deal with the people in the African continent or the Caribbeans, it's like we lose a lot of leverage when we have to deal with them because we always have to make the first move. It's us that has to always come to Africa. We have to find out that Africans really love us and all that. And, the Black Americans have a higher expectations of Pan-Africanism than the other people do. Just like the South Africans have a higher expectation than Malawians do. So now that becomes a problem right now in the Black world, because if we're always the ones that's always supposed to be given, well, nobody gives more than Black Americans. Like, I know what you do in Nigeria. When you're there, you give a lot of what you have, and I give a lot of what I have too. And then, so why are we're always so inclusive, and then everybody else is always insular? For example, Somalis are insular wherever they go. South Africa, insular. Uganda, insular. Kenya, insular.
Oh, Oshay is doing the same thing he did yesterday with when talking to LT, talking about other communities being insular, why other groups got to give more than other groups, even though it don't matter who give what. Oshay doing the same thing as usual. He doing the same thing as usual. Like, what is this? Like, come on, you saying the same thing you said yesterday. It wasn't true yesterday. It ain't true now. And again, about these other groups having their own little groups. That's how it works, bro. That's how it always worked. You know how many little groups exist inside of Blackness, but there's still an overarching Blackness? Because these little groups have their own little niche issues that don't raise to the level of the whole, like, talking about it or pushing it or even knowing about it to push it. Because again, how are we supposed to know the issues of Somalis if Somalis don't get together and find out what the issues is to tell us so we can push the line for them? How do we supposed to know the issues of Black women if Black women don't get together and get their own little groups to discuss their own issues and come together and tell us the issues so we can push the line for them? It's the same thing I told you, Oshay, or all you other bozos in the Negro manosphere. That was the correct name, though, because y'all all Negroes. That, hey, if y'all really care about Black male issues, how about y'all come together, figure out exactly what Black male issues are, figure out some ways that we can help Black men, and then bring it to the greater community, and we could push the line on that. We could push the line on that. And y'all could push the line yourself. The same way there's a bunch of Black women-led Black women organizations that focus on Black women's issues, and they get together, they raise resources, and they push the line for Black women. Y'all could have did the same thing, but that ain't what y'all wanted to do. All y'all want to do was sit back and complain, gender war, and get money. Because, Oshay, the gender war helped turn you into a millionaire. And you ain't give $1 in support of no Black male causes. None. But let's keep it going.
Minneapolis and insular. You can't do nothing with them. But because Black Americans are so inclusive, they attach on to things when they, when it fits them. Like, for example, when they went to the March on Selma, Eritreans are insular. Certain Caribbeans are insular. Haitians, they're 7-day Adventists. They have their own stuff and their own communities and their own churches and everything like that. And that's fine. But, we lose leverage to a certain point because Pan-Africanism cannot work without somebody giving more and other people giving less. And if Black Americans stop giving the Pan-Africanism as we are, then it would be in trouble because because we're so inclusive and we include everybody in our stuff. That's why everybody loves us. And I think that we should continue doing that, but just to a fault, because at what point are we going to stop, being inclusive where everybody else becomes insular? Like, for example, if you look at the NAACP.
Oshay, you're not making no sense. You just said that for something to work, one group got to give more than the other. So if that's how it got to work, according to your logic, one group got to give more than the other. And Black African Americans are that group that gives more than the other groups. And that's why everybody else love us. Isn't that how it's supposed to work according to you? So what's the problem? What is the problem? If it's working the way it's supposed to work. Shout out to a pimp named Slickback for coming through with the 5. Exactly. Nobody don't just let everybody in. Nobody just let everybody in. And again, like I said about also groups of Black people having their own little thing and their own little movement and their own little issues that they push it. Like, so what is the deal? Especially if you saying that that's the way it got to work. It can't work without one giving more than the other. If that's how it got to work and we the ones giving more than the other and everything is still working smooth, what's the issue? What's the issue? If that's, again, according to you, that's how Pan-Africanism has to work. And that's how it's working. So why are you crying? Wait, time out. Are you spamming the chat? Because I thought I saw this message. I was going to deal with it, but I was still talking. But then I saw it again. Let me see. Let's see this happen. No, Tariq is not. Tariq is not it don't got no indigenous ancestry. You got that wrong. FBA just be pretending that they some of the FBA just pretending that they indigenous because Tariq tried to co-opt the the Aboriginal movement along with co-opting ADOS, and he just blended them together. And depending on who he talking to, he's jacking the Aboriginal movement, he not jacking the Aboriginal movement, or he's co-signing it in his own little way. But yeah, let's keep it going.
Right there in DC, I used to live out there on the East Coast. The DC is the melting pot of a lot of the Black immigrants. Ethiopians are there pretty much. Caribbeans are there. They have many institutions right there in Washington, D.C. They can come in at Howard and then Professional Black Caucus. Now you even have immigrant leadership in Professional Black Caucus pushing for more African immigrants to get legalized. And then they come in, they co-opt what Black Americans have established, and then they kind of bastardize it. So I just think that we lose leverage in certain cases, not all the time.
How are they bastardizing it, and how are we losing leverage? How are we losing leverage by African immigrants going to Howard? How are we losing leverage by African immigrants being a part of the NAACP? How are we losing leverage by African immigrants joining the Congressional Black Caucus? In fact, that don't sound like we losing leverage. That sounds like we gaining leverage. It sounds like we becoming more powerful. That means we becoming more bigger. Remember, there's 50 million plus Black people in America. We are our biggest number ever. And you know how we got to this biggest number right here? Via Black immigrants. Having kids, coming into the community, and all this other stuff. Our institutions got so big. We had the biggest Congressional Black Caucus ever. All these things that we have in the biggest ever. And we got all this power as Black people, this newfound Black people. Black immigrants coming in and joining our stuff plays a role in it. We have lost nothing. Like, name something we have lost. I want to know, what have we lost? Inquiring minds want to know, what have we lost? Let me see something. Shout out to a pimp named Slickback for coming through with another 5 again. He said, exactly. That's exactly what Oshay did. But you got it wrong. He didn't just go from America to Uganda. He went from America to Poland. And he did that in Poland. And then when he couldn't do it no more, he left and went to Uganda. Yeah. Why are you crying about what Africans is doing in America when you sitting in Uganda? How about you take yourself back to America and you join some of these organizations? You give money to some of these organizations. Remember, you went to school in Poland. Why you go to school in Poland? Why you ain't go to a HBCU? You wanted to be a dentist. There's plenty dentist programs at HBCUs. Plenty. Why you ain't go? Why didn't you go? Oh, I thought I had this on. I thought I had my phone on mute. But yeah, why didn't you go? Inquiring minds want to know. Let's get back to this. Let's let Oshay keep talking.
But it's something to look at, because ultimately, who the South Africans right now are being taken advantage of by some of the quote unquote situations going on. We're next. People like you and me, we're next. You see, and how much time do we got to continue to sacrifice? Black Americans give 25% of their income to charitable organizations all the time. And what do they do for us? Let's look at Godfrey. What's the brother that got killed, Nolan Wells? Where are the rich African groups that have donated money? Well, we got Byron Allen gave some money. There's Spike Lee, there's Colin Kaepernick. When our issues are needed to be met, we never see these immigrant groups. We do have
one. Oshay, you said black people give about 25% of their income to charity. Who's the beneficiary of those charities? Are those that 25% going to just black immigrants? Because that's how you talking like it is. Also, you keep using the Nolan Wells situation as an example. By your logic, by you trying to say Godfrey just ate off black people and never gave back because he didn't give money to Nolan Wells' family. By your logic, everybody else didn't give back by not giving money to Nolan Wells' family. Did Tariq give money back to Nolan Wells' family? Did you give money to Nolan Wells' family? You're a millionaire, Oshay. You're a millionaire. See, this is another thing I keep talking about. I don't got no respect for none of these bozos. They always count in somebody else's pockets, saying what somebody else could have did, should have did, and all this other stuff. But they got the money to do everything that they saying that they want to see done. But they not doing it. They're not regular people. They like to get up here and talk like they regular people, but they all millionaires. They all millionaires. So again, Godfrey in general, Godfrey specifically, and black immigrants in general don't care about black people because they have not donated money, according to you, have not donated money to Nolan Wells. But you have not donated. Tariq has not donated. So does that mean FBA don't care about black people? And again, you don't know what Godfrey gave. You don't know what other black immigrant gave. And maybe some of them not giving because they afraid that if they give, they got to worry about somebody like Tariq or under the FBA bozos claiming that, why are you giving to our causes? Why are you sitting up here talking for us? Remember, how many times have we had people talk and speak and say things for black people to big them up, and Tariq attack them and say, oh, we don't need no black immigrants speaking for us. We don't need you in our business. Worry about your own homeland. We don't need nothing from you. Tariq has said that. FBA has said that. ADOS has said that. And we know a lot of black immigrant celebrities have heard them say that. We know they have heard them say that. So how do we know that they not giving nothing because they trying to respect FBA wishes? How do you know? How do we know? We don't know. Shout out to bro who gave the 2. Let me see. I don't even know what name this is. Let me see. Yeah, I don't even know. It's M4 your mom? That's what your name is? M4 your mom? Your mom? I think that's your name. That's what it's supposed to say. But shout out to you for giving the 2. Much appreciated. You helped me get closer to my goal. Whole lot of ones beat a whole lot of nuns, family. I take it all. Whole lot of ones. No donation too small to matter. No donation too small to matter. They all matter. But shout out to you for the 2. Everybody shout out bro for sending the 2. Let's keep it going.
Have brothers though individually to give. But what about the Somali Medical Association? They're quiet on our issues until it fits them. And we got to understand that's a real issue.
So now it went from Godfrey not giving to other people not giving to now you saying, well, yeah, maybe some black immigrant individuals have given. Some Africans have given. But what about these institutions? why this institution didn't give, why that institution didn't give. See, it's damned if you do, damned if you don't. You give, they're gonna call you a tether, trying to speak for them and trying to be in their issues. They're gonna say, we don't need nothing from you. Go fix your homeland. You don't give. Now it's, oh, look, y'all didn't give. Oh, wait, we did give. Oh, well, why the institution didn't give? We see y'all giving as individuals, but why y'all didn't make y'all institutions give? If the institution give, why y'all didn't give? Why your country didn't give? It never stops. No matter what you do, you're going to keep being wrong in these people's eyes. You're going to keep being wrong in these people's eyes. That's why I keep telling y'all, stop trying to find middle ground with FBA. There can be no middle ground. They're the enemy. No middle ground. Take ground. Take ground. Take ground.
When it's time
Okay.
for us, something happens. They're not there.
Okay, so but this is the thing, all right. So
Yes.
African Americans, we are the culture, right? We are for all intents and purposes right now, African Americans are the leaders of Black movement on the planet. Now we're the one, we always like to tout ourselves as being the example of being the warriors, of being fighting against the oppression, of being the example of what it is that we're supposed to do to fight against the most savage barbarian humanity has ever seen. So if we are the teachers, right, and if we are looking at the rest of the African diasporas as students who are being caught up with what Pan-Africanism is supposed to look like, then it's our responsibility to be those teachers. If I'm teaching my student about Pan-Africanism and I'm giving them, and we're in lab and I'm teaching them how to be Pan-African, right, I can't get mad at my student for not knowing their curriculum, right? And I understand what you're saying. There are
Afro think take, you are 110% right. That's why I used to say this also. Because again, for all you who don't know, Pan-Africanism is not an African ideology, quote unquote African ideology. It didn't start in Africa. It started on the slave ship. Pan-Africanism is an ideology that was created out of the transatlantic slave trade. That's our ideology. So if we want Africans to know it, we got to do the most. We got to bring them into it. This is not their ideology. People, brothers and sisters living on the continent. This is our ideology. What Oshay is doing is attacking other groups for not moving according to Pan-Africanism, but they not actually Pan-Africanists because this is not an ideology that was born on the continent. It was not created by a bunch of Africans sitting in Africa, but it just happened to catch on in America. That's not Pan-Africanism. This is the problem. I'm happy Afro Think Tank is saying that because I used to say that too. But again, I stopped saying it because again, it's like there's no need to say that because we know FBA is just a hate cult, and they don't, and it's like you trying to explain stuff to people and they're not getting it. Not because they don't want to get it, not because they can't get it, it's because they don't want to get it. It's like again, so all that talk about what Nigerians is doing it in Nigeria or South Africans not liking this group or that group, that ain't got nothing to do with Pan-Africanism, bro. And you can't fault them for not knowing or moving like Pan-Africanists because, again, that's not their ideology. That's not their ideology. That's like a Muslim going to Brazil and being mad that people are eating pork. Like, why y'all not following the Quran? They not Muslims, bro. If you want to convert them to Muslims and you get them to convert to Islam and then they still go out and eat pork, yeah, now you can be mad. But just going up to random people who don't know what a Quran is, don't know what a Hadith is, don't know who Prophet Muhammad is, crying about them eating pork and not being good Muslims don't make no sense. They never said they was Muslims. They not Muslims. They don't even believe in Islam. Even if you try to introduce it to them, they say they don't make no sense. So how are you faulting them for that? That's what Oshay is doing. But yeah, let's keep it going.
African people. There are African people who are using the vehicle of African Americans, right, to attach them to bounce off and do their own thing, right?
Shout out to Nasheed for you again. Yes, Oshay. When did Oshay become a Pan-Africanist? He became a Pan-Africanist when it was time to attack Pan-Africanism. That's when he became a Pan-Africanist. Once he started following behind Tariq Nasheed, now he magically a Pan-Africanist, and now he using the fact that he quote unquote calls himself as a calls himself a Pan-Africanist as a way to justify attacking Pan-Africanism all day while claiming this is just critiques. Yes, Oshay is a millionaire. Don't get it twisted because Oshay is dusty and he carries himself like a bum. He is a millionaire certified, like not making no less than $500,000 a year, millionaire. And he's been making, he brags about it, about how he never made less after he really got established on YouTube. He never went a year making less than $500,000. And this is like over a decade's worth of work. And that's like pretty much just like on certain channels. Because remember, he got multiple channels now. That was on one channel before. He got multiple channels. He got business ventures. He is a millionaire. That's why I said he keeps getting on the internet talking like he's some regular person who just want to see change when he got the money to get the change that he want to see happen. Shout out to Julius. No, Marcus Garvey didn't start Pan-Africanism. Like, that's another thing that people keep getting wrong. Marcus Garvey did not start Pan-Africanism. He was the biggest Pan-Africanist. That's it. He just happened to be the biggest Pan-Africanist organizer of all time. He did not start Pan-Africanism. The biggest claim, theoretical contribution of school of thought of Pan-Africanism is Garveyism. That's why you got so many people be like, oh, I'm a Garveyite. They the biggest. But no, he didn't start it. Remember, we got to do a whole show about that, about Pan-Africanist history. We're gonna definitely do that. Because Marcus Garvey did not start Pan-Africanism at all. In fact, a lot of the early Pan-Africanists didn't like Marcus Garvey because they felt like he was just taking their information and not giving them no credit. Like just taking the information and just bringing it to the masses without giving them no credit. Shout out to Justin Marsh, my first moderator, coming through with 5. He said for the goal. Thank you so much. He helped me get one step closer to my goal. We only 5 away from hitting the goal, family. Let's see if we can make that happen. Whole lot of ones beat a whole lot of nuns any day of the week. You said who started it? Nobody pretty much started it. It was just like, that's why I said it started on the slave ship. That's why they say that. It started with Africans on the bottom of the slave ship realizing that they not in Africa no more. And they all just black. Because remember, Pan-Africanism is just race consciousness. That's all it is. If you have race consciousness, you are a Pan-Africanist. If you see yourself as a part of a black race and see everybody else, no matter their nationality, no matter their tribe, their ethnic group, as also a part of that same black race and your brothers and sisters, you are a Pan-Africanist. That's why I had the concept of little PAs, big PAs. The big PAs are the people who actually believe in like an ideology behind it, where it's not just I believe in race consciousness. They have plans. They tell you how they believe it should be, how it should work for black people. What should we do with this consciousness? Who should and should not be a part of it? See, that's like the second wave of it. The first wave was just race consciousness. The first wave was just race consciousness. That's it. Like the term Pan-Africanism was a term that was created. And mind you, we don't even know who created the term because so many different people in their writings around the same time was using the word Pan-Africanism to describe the phenomenon that they were seeing. And these people didn't know about each other. They never communicated with each other. They didn't know about each other. That's it. Yeah, they spoke different languages, but they found like the same way people who spoke different languages learn how to speak English. They learn how to communicate with each other. This is why, like, if you watch the scene from Amistad, that's a real scene. When the people at the bottom of the ship, they arguing about tribe, and he said, "That's done. That's done. We're not doing tribe no more. We brothers and sisters." Just like in what's that movie called? What's called Roots? When the dude said, "We one tribe now. We one tribe." Those scenes are meant to symbolize the birth of Pan-Africanism, as people realizing we are race now. We are the black race. We are brothers and sisters. We are one. That tribe about, oh, we got different religions, we speak different languages. all that other stuff, that's out. We're not doing that no more. We're not doing that no more. Matter of fact, let me see if I can find that clip. Shout out to everybody in the building. Shout out to everybody in the building. Let's see if we can find that clip right now. You'll see if we can find that clip right now. Hopefully I could do that. Hopefully I don't get it don't boom the stream. But yeah, let's see if we could do that right now. Let's see if we can find that. One tribes. Shout out to everybody in the building. Let's see. Roots, slave ship. At the bottom of the slave ship. Let me see if I can find that scene. I'm not gonna try to do it too long. Matter of fact, we're gonna keep letting them talk while I look for that scene. Shout out to everybody in the building. Oh, shout out to Nasheed for you for coming through with the 10, helping me reach my goal. Much appreciated. Thank you, sister. I ain't see you in like years. In years. I'm happy I found you again. Thank you. Make sure y'all shout out Nasheed for you and shout out everybody who donated to the stream. But yeah, let's keep it going.
But we've experienced that with white people. White people, the entire United States of America is white people participating in black culture while holding black people down. So we're used to white people doing that to us. All of Latino culture, and you from the West Coast, that entire Mexican culture down that Cholo, that shit, is a bunch of Native Americans who want to be white but practicing black culture while pretending like they're not practicing black culture. That's what they're doing. That's why their music doesn't resonate, because outside of them, nobody wants to hear that Mexican rap stuff. It's just the truth. That's why it doesn't go anywhere, right? Because we know what it is, right?
Even Mexican churches are adopting the same thing. They're doing the same thing in churches too.
Now, our African brothers and sisters, right? Like we know Afro beat and all these musics were inspired by the older jazz guys, and so they had a relationship back then with the funk music and all that stuff, right? Like I understand that the African people who have been watching us, keep in mind, us black people have been on stage this entire time. So the continent was watching the same movies we was watching. They were inspired by the same heroes we have, right? And they got this view of us, right, that is based off TV. So they got the Menace to Society view, which was the worst movie that African Americans have ever participated in the history of all movies, right? That was the worst one. I can't even watch that shit no more, right? Okay. But we have people, because of movies like that and Juice.
Yeah, people was saying that what's the brother name who made those movies? Menace to Society and Boys in the Hood. Because I read that in the book, the assassination of the black male image. It was like those movies was like the worst things that could have ever happened for the black male image. Those two movies. John Singleton, I think that's his name. I think he passed away. If he did, rest in peace. Yeah, people were saying that. But yeah, let's keep it going.
And the perpetuation of gang culture, thinking that we are like that, which gives white people, right, the ability to tell African people who don't know nothing about us that that's black people. So that's propaganda being created by white people to skew a view of us to them. So we know why there are African people who view African Americans in a certain light, right? So even though we get offended when we got some African coming to America, right, benefiting off the backs of our ancestors, not appreciating what our ancestors have done and disrespecting us at the same time. As an African American, a proud African American, by the way, who is very much proud of my African American culture, I too get offended when somebody comes from to benefit from what my ancestors did while disrespecting us and cosplaying us per what people want to say at the time. But I don't believe in black people cosplaying other black people, right? Because I'm wearing dashikis and shit. Like I'm over here doing this, like we doing this, right? So I don't have a problem with that. But I think the way we handle it, and I always try to mention, is that we get in our emotions because black people have never had to confront other black people that had the ability to talk shit back to us. We are the biggest shit talkers on the planet. You say you went to Howard, we DC, we just shit talk all day, right? So when I hear black people complain,
Oshay never went to Howard. He never went to Howard. He never went to a HBCU. Never even tried. He made sure to go straight to Poland. But yeah, let's keep it going.
About somebody calling them a kata, it doesn't register to me because that shit don't hurt compared to the shit that we done said to them. But at the same time, where do we get African booty scratcher from? We got it from them goddamn the Disney Channel. We got it from Disney cartoons. We got it from those infomercials at night. We were trained to believe all Africans got AIDS, they starving, they live in mud huts, all that shit. So I understand the ignorance of African Americans comes from the propaganda of the white man. So that means when I'm arguing with an African, I'm not going to use any of those tools given to me by the white man to fight my brother and sister. I'm gonna fight like Nana, all right? Like let's talk about Nana. I know he wants to be famous, right? He loves African Americans and he makes us talking about African Americans. He loves us a lot, right? Right? And he's taking this opportunity, which he should. He's growing.
Oh, they talking about Nana. Is Nana still in the building? Is Nana still in the building? They talking about him right now. They talking about you right now, bro. Are you still in the building? You said Oshay did briefly attend Howard? Oh. Can anybody else confirm that? Did Oshay really attend Howard? Let me know. Let me know. But yeah, let's keep it going.
To take shots at us in order to rise, right? Mm-hmm. But he does make some good points about certain members of our community that talk shit, right? And at first, I hear somebody like Nana, and I can try to agree with him, right? But then when he gets into his argument and then his xenophobia comes out, where he starts to talk shit about African Americans in totality, right? And see now, how do I react to somebody like Nana? Do I say, okay, you big-headed fucking meatball head, ugly old fuck Ghanaian looking motherfucker? Do I start to go at him and start attacking Ghana because of him? No. Do I make thumbnails to make him look extra stereotypical African in order to attack him based off the things that he say? No, right? I don't do that.
Yes, that's how I operate too. And shout out to Nana, he's not in the building, but I did say that. I said I don't know, I don't watch his content. I don't know exactly what you got going on, but yes, he thanked me for never doing that. And again, I told him I'll never do that. I'll never do that. Oh yeah, I definitely talked about that before. Shout out to John Smith for coming through with the 5. I did a whole show about that, about the FBA flag look just like the neo-Nazi flag. Just like it. Just like it. We could probably do that again. Shout out to you for that. You probably missed it, but you know, we could definitely do that again. I don't know if I'll be able to get to it tonight, but I'll definitely do that. I definitely do that. Shout out to you though, because this looks like this is going to be a special event where this is all I'm going to be able to cover for tonight. But shout out to you though. But yeah, let's keep it going.
I will go at Nana for what he says. I won't make fun of him, even though today he showed his xenophobia because he's a level 2 thinker. He's a level 2 thinker because he can't help but to be xenophobic when he gets in his feelings. He called me a yellow fake African. Right now, and that's supposed to hurt my feelings. Now, I'm supposed to go back at him and call him something, right? I'm supposed to go grab me something out the white man toolbox and attack him, but I won't do that like that. I'll attack him a different way, right?
Right.
And so Tariq Nasheed, what he does is he creates people like Nana, because Tariq comes on every day. Because
I'm happy you said that, because you said that, because I was about to say that about how people, as far as I could hear what you just described, Nana, he wasn't one of these people who was attacking Native Black Americans as a whole. He never was doing that. But he got radicalized to do stuff like that because he watched Tariq and all those other bozos do it every day. So if you're going to just attack Africans all day, I'm going to start attacking y'all all day. I get it. I get it. The hate that hate produce. This is why I don't engage in that behavior. That's why I don't engage in that behavior. That's why we know Tariq and them was told to engage in that behavior by their white nationalist handlers, so it would create a backlash like that. Because if I get you to start attacking whole groups of people, it's only a matter of time before people on that side still start attacking your group as a whole. And then when people see them doing it, then they're going to get active, and then they're going to get back and forth, active, and then y'all off to the races. Then we got divide and rule. Now we got tribalism. Now we got tribalism. Exactly. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, that's what I said. Like, that's what it looked like to me. That's what it looked like to me. That's not what it looked like to me. That's what it is. That's what it is. That's what it is. Matter of fact, I'm not even gonna play. I found the clip, but I'm not gonna play it. I think I found it, but I'm not gonna play it because I don't want it to like mess up the whole stream. When next thing you know, the stream getting taken down for copyright. I'll try to figure out how to make like a pre-record video about it. But shout out to everybody in the building. Let's keep it going.
First of all, Tariq doesn't really make content. He just talks shit like in the barbershop, right? And he monetizes it. So every day Tariq goes online and makes thumbnails disrespecting Africans, and he's making content that other people can use to also attack other Africans because they see, look, Tariq said it, right? So if Tariq said it, or now we got FBA saying it. If FBA saying it, so I guess I'm not racist because black people are saying it too. So FBA, their rhetoric lines up with
exactly. That's another thing I pointed out, that one of the purposes of creating this hate cult was so that racist white people can let them run around and say these things, so they can turn around and say it and say, whoa, this is not racist, is it? It's not racist. Or, oh, this ain't got nothing to do with race. Look, you got FBA people saying that they tired of black immigrants too. They tired of immigrants too. See, this is not racist. This is an American thing. This has nothing to do with race. See, this is American. Oh, I can call this person a tether this, tether that, tether. And I'll be like, oh, wait, I thought I got that from FBA. FBA said it was okay. That's why I did it. Shout out Ready One to Go for coming through with the gifts. Much appreciated. Family, you could send gifts too if you want to. I take it all. Thank you. Thank you for coming through with the gift. Make sure y'all also go down there and hit that join button and grab yourself a membership. But if you can't do that, hit that subscribe button and hit that bell. Hit that bell.
Racist, xenophobe, ethno-nationalist white people. They have the same talking point. No time in human history has African Americans cared about immigration. In the real world, there's plenty of space in America for everybody. America is underpopulated. We actually need more people. The result of having less people is we have less tax revenue for the states, and the states can't operate. And that means states that can't operate have to get more subsidies from those states that can operate. The states that can operate are Democratic states, or states where black people.
That's a fact. Look at Detroit. Detroit was a city built to house millions of people. There's less than 1 million people who live in Detroit. But guess what? That infrastructure for millions of people still got to be maintained. That's how the city went bankrupt. You trying to pay for infrastructure for millions of people, but you only got hundreds of thousands of people. You can't do it because, again, those millions of people are supposed to live there, and through them being there and their tax revenue, that is how you maintain that area, not by having it empty and still paying to make sure it works. So he's right about that. He's definitely right about that.
Live. The states that cannot operate and that are welfare states are states where white people live. White people are disenfranchising themselves, getting rid of immigration, and black people are participating in that by pretending like we care about immigration. We don't actually care about it. It's not something that we actually ever really, it was never we don't care because there's plenty of space. What we do care about, on the other hand, is immigrants coming to the country undermining us, right? And reaping the benefit of what we have done. Now, how do we have that conversation without being xenophobic and hateful? It's real hard, right? Because when our feelings get involved, we're going to throw some shots because black folks, we like to do that. And Africans do it too, and they act like they don't because we know the Igbos do the same shit. And they got a tradition of talking shit to each other, right? Or to greet each other as cousins and family, right?
It's way worse.
Right. But when they come to America, because when they first get here, they're not used to how we do it, and they don't know how to participate. But as soon as one of them damn Nigerians figure out how to do it, now all of a sudden you mad and you want to go back and forth and act like it's a big deal when we just talking shit the way we do. But we got white people right now lynching us every other week.
That's a fact. That is definitely a fact. That's another reason why they hated the quote unquote African, because or the black immigrant who actually was born in America, the people they call black immigrants. You know, they call anybody with black immigrant ancestry a black immigrant, even if he was born here. But that's why they really don't like them. That's why they don't like New York, all that. So yeah, he's teaching.
There's a white black person being lynched by some white person. Every other week, the government is trying to disenfranchise black people. And I don't think they care if it's a Nigerian or a Haitian or a Jamaican, right? So we got a bigger overall fight, right, with these people and these Asians and these Latinos that don't care about us. And I believe we are wasting lots of energy perpetuating the diaspora wars when we should be uniting. right? We should find a way to talk to each other the same way we seem how to talk to that white man. Because when Tariq Nasheed talking to them white people, he all, yes, boss. He's all goddamn proper and shit. He ain't got no smoke. He was just talking to a white guy that was telling him he was a racist. He ain't got no smoke for these white people. But as soon as a black person get on there and say anything, he talking shit, right? He disrespecting them. He goes to the lowest hanging fruit in order to attack them. And
exactly, Tariq is a straight bozo for that. For all you who don't know, Tariq is very respectful when he talking to them white people. Like, I'm about to put up a clip when I got the clip of Tariq where the white boy was using the N-word multiple times, and Tariq still kept it very respectful. Mind you, this is a white person who was an immigrant from Russia. Immigrant from Russia. Shout out to RBG for the win. You said this person is just, let me see what they saying. Oh yeah, I could probably put this person on timeout so they could come back and get their mind right. Let me see something else he said. We just went over that. Pan-Africanism was started in the Americas. It was started on a slave ship. It's not an African ideology. See, this is the problem. A lot of y'all are stupid. You looking for somebody to push to you an ideology that's not theirs. That's not their ideology. It's not. Oh, shout out to Merlin in the building. Black Merlin in the building. Salute. Yeah, I'm about to go check out that Nana's channel too. I haven't watched his channel. I'm about to go check that out too. Yes, the Russian incel dude. Tariq was very respectful to him. And not just him, other people too. They was talking about white immigrants. See, again. Y'all get again. They was talking about white immigrants who were directly competing with black people for jobs. Remember, that's how we got unions. Unions are racist. Those was white people who were less skilled, who couldn't work as fast as black people, as cheap as black people, and as efficiently as black people. So they created unions and they started attacking places. That's what would happen. All them European immigrants came here. They didn't know how to do much of nothing, but they got them jobs over black people who were more skilled, more qualified, because they created unions. They started attacking people, and because of racism. That's it. It had nothing to do with black. That argument is not comparable to today, especially when it comes to trying to justify FBA hate cult behavior against black immigrants. Because trust me, ain't no black immigrant taking no job from no black worker. Trust and believe. Trust and believe. But let's keep it going. Oh, shout out to the hood mistress in the building before I get you going. Yes, everybody, like I said, he was sucking and jiving. Shout out to J.K. Perkins in the building. You said Nana is very anti-Pan-Africanist. He might be, because again, he was just in the building earlier. He donated to me and told me that he respect me, even though he don't believe in my ideology. We got different ideologies. So I got to go definitely check him out for myself. Shout out to Jackie in the building. Yeah, let's keep it going. What do you mean if I don't want racist unions? We talking about the history of unions. I'm not talking about currently today. I'm talking about how unions got started in America.
You, Oshay, if it wasn't for you, motherfuckers wouldn't even know who Tariq is. You are the biggest pusher of Tariq Nasheed. You cannot call yourself a Pan-African and push FBA rhetoric.
True. I'm pretty sure a lot of Africans found out about Tariq Nasheed via Oshay Duke Jackson. Because remember, Oshay Duke Jackson went to Africa being very friendly, creating all these African-focused channels. And then now, next thing you know, he's pushing FBA. Same thing with Phil the Advise Show. Felipe Scott. Mexicano Phil. Another one. He built a whole platform dedicated to Africa, and the next thing you know, he's pushing FBA, and he's pushing it as he's pushing FBA like it's legitimate and like it's a good thing. Yep, a bunch of y'all bozos did that. Y'all have done real harm to Pan-Africanism. Y'all have done real harm because y'all went over there with them Africans pretending to be their friend, putting out all this content, getting money with them, and getting and building like a rapport with them just to stab them in the back and attack them and try to air out their dirty laundry for clicks and views. Y'all bozos. That's why I got no respect for Oshay, Chicano Phil, none of them.
FBA, let me tell you in your face, FBA does not represent African Americans. FBA is a xenophobic hate group fan club of Tariq Nasheed. You cannot blanket all African Americans with FBA. We have not agreed on that. Now the sentiment of us.
Oh, shout out to you, Dollar Will. Yeah. Oh, you was talking to somebody else? But yeah, shout out to you. I didn't know you was talking to somebody else, but I wasn't like attacking you or nothing like that. I was just letting it be known that, hey, I wasn't talking about unions now. I'm talking about unions, how they started. But yeah, shout out to you though. The chat is moving very fast. So, I'm not really seeing too many comments, but thank you. But yeah, let's keep this going.
Not taking disrespect from certain disrespectful ass Africans, I agree. And y'all know I bang on their asses too. Like, you're not gonna disrespect my African Americans, but at the same time, I'm not gonna have these low-level FBA people coming in my comment section, right? Mm-hmm. Having a dishonest conversation when I'm trying to have an honest conversation. Because they muddy the waters. Because if you associate me with FBA, and FBA is calling people tethers, which is like tether is a terrible word because it's another way to call you a nigga without saying nigga. That's what it is. It's how can me as a black person call you a nigga, without saying nigga, because it don't hit the same. So I got to come up with my own word. And it's almost like we looking at white person. Look, look, master, I got a word for those other black people because we special black people, right? And then you, Oshay, you perpetuated by saying shit like flat black. What the hell is a flat black? There is no such thing.
Flat blackness, not flat black. When I talk about
flat blackness. Now damn well ain't no such thing as that. No damn flat black.
It flat black.
Yeah, like I said. And if you want to be real, when the steamroller of white supremacy hits you, you're gonna be flat and black. That's that. Yeah, that if you mean flat, that type of flat blackness, yeah.
Ain't nothing flat about that. Another black nigga.
So sociologists talk about that. Black academics talk about flat blackness. That's something that people teach in Black history.
Who teaches flat blackness? What y'all did was come up with a BS term and then try to attach it to legitimate scholarship. And that's out. Because explain.
American studies all the time.
Oh, who did you just say? You said who? Academic?
Like, flat blackness is the idea that all of us, it's a Pan-African actual academic concept. Not flat black.
Flat blackness?
Yes, that's what I talk about. Flat blackness. Painting everybody's issues the same.
Oh, okay. Oh, see. I didn't know. You never articulated that.
That's not flat blackness. That's what they mean by flat blackness. When they say flat blackness, they saying that, oh, we just all black people. That's what they mean. Like, oh, you just making us all just one generic, like Tariq be like, oh, we making us generic Africans. Like, come on now. That's what they really mean when they say flat blackness. They're not talking about, oh, race consciousness as if we all, because that's what Oshay is alluding to when he's talking about, oh, it's Pan-Africanist and academics talk about it. What they talking about is race consciousness, about how us in America, we just see ourselves as black and we see other black people as our people. Like, yeah, we may talk different, we may eat different, but at the end of the day, we all just still black. Like, oh, yeah, you may be Nigerian, yeah, you may be Jamaican, but if the Ku Klux Klan come through here, they not asking those questions. They just killing us because we black. The police is pulling you over because you black. They not asking whether you Jamaican, Nigerian, Haitian. They don't even know. They just saw a black person and they racially profiling you. So yes, when the academics talk about race consciousness and how we understand ourselves as to just be black, that's real. But y'all call that flat blackness, and then y'all try to add all other type of nonsense to it and try to make it seem like it's a negative. And y'all try to make it seem like black immigrants are the ones who push that so they can leech. Yeah. So yeah, no, ain't no flat blackness. Exactly, hood mistress. Exactly. Oh, shout out to the Black Merlin for coming through with the $4.99, helping me get one step closer to my goal. Much appreciated. I think we like 2 away right now. Let me see. It does have a little connection with it. It does have a little connection with it. Because remember, a lot of the lefties in America are class reductionists. Class reductionism is the enemy of black people. Because it's an ideology that pushes that only class matters. And that if you solve the class issue, you solve every other issue, which we know not to be true. Because the class issue was solved in America during the Great Progressive Age. But racial issues were not solved. And in some respect, they even got worse. They got worse. So yes, like this whole, if we just fix class, everything will work out. Yeah, people who push that, they're the enemies. That's why when you have people like Hassan talking about, well, I don't really care about social issues. If we get the class issues right, that's enemy talk. When you got people like, oh, we don't want to do woke 1, we got to do woke 2, like Vosh, that's enemy talk. When you got people saying, oh, we got to stop with all the woke stuff, all the identity politics, that's lefty talk, that's enemy talk. Shout out to you for the $4.99. Make sure y'all shouting out to Black Maryland and everybody else who donated to this stream. Yeah, Bernie Bros. Bernie Bro talk.
I didn't know. See, you got to do a better job of articulating yourself. Because when you do stuff like that, you know what it sounds like? It sounds like you saying African Americans are special Negroes and everybody else is just plain Negroes. You gotta understand in the word, and when it comes to
no, that's exactly what he's saying. That's how they use the term flat blackness. The same way they use generic African, because generic African and flat blackness mean the same thing. The term generic African comes out of flat blackness, like we some special type of Negroes, and they trying to just make us all the same, and we not all the same. We special. We better than them. We better than them. We not all the same. They not like us. They not like us. Yes. When they try to co-opt Kendrick's song to say that Kendrick was talking about how we not doing flat blackness no more and we not generic Africans. Yes, that's exactly what Oshay means. Afro Think Tank. He didn't misspeak, or you didn't misunderstand. That's exactly what they mean. That's exactly what they mean. And now Oshay trying to do the Motley Bailey is trying to hide behind legitimate scholarship talking about how we have a race consciousness as in Black America, because they never used the term flat blackness. That term was created by Yvette Carnell. I read Dr. Christina Gia's book. I never saw the term flat blackness in there. I read it years ago, and I'm pretty sure I never saw the term. I'm gonna say that. I watched several of her interviews, and I have read her book. I never seen the term flat blackness. And remember, she's the one who says she's anti ADOS. She's anti FBA. People think that what she's teaching is the same thing as what they preaching, and it's not the same thing. It kind of sounds the same because they try to co-opt certain terminology, try to co-opt certain ideas, but it is not the same. Not the same. And that's what Oshay is doing right now. He's trying to pretend like they're the same. It's not. Shout out to everybody in the building.
Propaganda, and I'm coming from a point of professionalism. I am an expert at counterterrorism. I've been trained. All right. I have trained dumbasses. Listen, I have trained dumbass Talibans to go fight other Taliban. I have trained insurgents to fight government. This is what I used to do. All right. I know the psychology of non-educated people and how dangerous they are. And I know the power of propaganda. Words got power. FBA has power when you give it power and when you concede that it is a thing. That's why I never concede. People like, you FBA.
Exactly. Like I always tell people, the power is in the compliance. The power is in the compliance. Once you comply with the concept that there is a such thing as FBA and it is a lineage and you are a part of it, anything you say after that, you lose. Because no matter how much you prove Tariq is a bozo, no matter how much you prove the people who follow Tariq is a bozo, at the end of the day is over. FBA remains. FBA remains. Because they'll be like, well, okay, you proved to me that Tariq is a bozo, but you and Tariq both agree that it is the lineage, so I'm going to still claim it as the lineage. No. The power is in the compliance. You never comply with the concept that FBA is a thing. That's why I always push that. They always used to attack me saying, oh, you saying that ain't doing nothing. Yes, it is. FBA is not a lineage or a people. It is a white nationalist psyop and a hate cult. Like I started, FBA is trash. I mean, excuse me, ADOS is trash. ADOS is not a people, it's not a lineage, it's trash. ADOS is trash. You got to keep pushing that. No. Y'all a hate group. ADOS is a hate group. Like I created those. Never, the power is in the compliance. And Afro Think Tank, you were right. Don't let Oshay trick you. He trying to put you in a trick bag. You was right to see that term as flat blackness, as trying to create the concept that, oh, we some special type of Negroes. Yes, that's exactly what it was doing. It is propaganda, and it is meant to do that to their mind. Oh, look, they trying to do flat blackness because they want to make us generic Africans when we special. That's exactly what that term was meant to do. Dag, shout out to Afro Think Tank. I gotta have a conversation with him now. I definitely got to do that. I always wanted to like link up and do like a conversation, but I definitely feel like we need to do a live now. Definitely. Shout out to everybody in the building.
They don't call me that shit. Because once you accept FBA as a term, that means I have to accept all the ideology that comes with it. I have to accept all the shit that Tariq Nasheed says on a daily basis in order to make money, right? In order to be called FBA. I can't be associated with that, right? I've been an ambassador for African Americans almost my entire life, right? So I know how to conduct myself as an African American overseas, right? And I know what happens when we make mistakes, right? And so FBA is a mistake, right?
Definitely is. You said when you searched it, flat blackness, they said the term originated with Afro-pessimism, and it might have, but I'm talking about the way they use it. Because again, they both could, like, you got to think of it like this also. Two people can be using the same term and they never talk to each other. And they mean two different things by it. And they made those terms in isolation. Because what that means to them, because again, I'm going to look this up. Because again, I never heard the term before they was using it. And the way that they was using it, I'm pretty sure that's not how they was using it in critical race theory. But shout out to you for that. I'm going to look into that. But I know how they mean it. That's why I reject the term. Because I know what it means to them. Just like lineage. Lineage means bloodline. But when FBA and ADOS say lineage, they mean ethnicity. They say in the word lineage, but they don't mean lineage. Excuse me. When FBA says lineage, they don't mean lineage. They mean ethnicity. So yes, some of these terms probably do exist somewhere else, but when they use them, they mean something totally different. But yeah, let's keep it going.
It's a mistake based off the feelings people have because Tariq Nasheed takes advantage of the sentiment of African Americans towards disrespectful Africans. But you know, and I know that for every nana, right, there's 1,000 African Americans, Africans that love us and just want to be in the same room with us and learn about us and all that. But the thing is, people like Nana are prominent because people like Tariq are prominent. We have to eliminate the fat from this meat. There's nothing beneficial about anything, any rhetoric that Tariq says. He doesn't. What is his policies towards reparations? He doesn't have any. When has he drafted up a bill to present to any of his representatives? He doesn't do that. When's the next reparations rally? He's not having it. What Tariq Nasheed is doing, he made a little group, he make a little bit of money, and he keeps one foot out the door by saying he's not the leader, and then all his followers will say, Tariq said he's not the leader because Tariq said. They start everything with Tariq said. Every FBA dude put Tariq face, and they just start off anything Tariq say, they say. If Tariq say bussy, they say bussy. If Tariq say it's okay to be gay, they'll start saying it's okay to be gay, and they'll justify.
No matter of fact, that's actually what happened. Remember, when I was pointing out that Yvette Carnell got exposed for being a swirler, being a lesbian swirler. Remember, for all you don't know, Yvette Carnell, the mother of this movement, is a lesbian swirler. When I was pointing that out, they were saying it don't matter. It don't matter. It don't matter. And it's okay. When I pointed out that Marcel Dixon was gay, they told me I was lying. They told me I was lying. I didn't know what I was talking about. And then they said it was okay. Just like the queen of FBA. The first lady of FBA is a transformer. T.S. Giselle. They ain't have no problem with that. If Tariq say it's okay, it's okay. So if Tariq bring gay people around and say what they doing is okay, they all gonna say it's okay. If Tariq say we don't like him because of Bussy, then they all gonna say, oh, we don't like him because of Bussy. It's whatever Tariq say. Shout out a pimp named Slickback for coming through with the 2. You just got me one step closer to my goal. Thank you so much. Yeah, he can push back because Oshay is a follower. He know what's going on. Shout out to you again for donating and all the support you've been giving. Shout out to you for that. He know exactly what's going on. Let's keep this going.
I guarantee you, because they're a part of a cult. Anything he says, they say. So if he's perpetuating negativity, he has a whole army of unintelligent black people perpetuating negativity, which in turn cause and effect creates continental Africans and Caribbeans to have to clap back, and then you create another army of negativity, right? So that's the problem. So when in a battle of words, because we're talking about this battle is in the mind. This battle is in the head, and we're fighting this war in the head via the internet. And every time you create a piece of content on the internet that perceivably looks disrespectful to another group of African Americans or Africans or Caribbeans, you're doing the white man's job. So, and specifically you, Oshay, you're playing with a fine line because you started out, and I didn't know you.
Yes, he is. Oh, shout out to Justin March for coming through with the 2. Family, we hit the goal. Shout out to everybody who donated today to help me hit that goal. Shout out. Let me shout out everybody. I want to do this. I want to do it now. East Coast Kev, Reg, RS7, Noel, Pimp Name Slickback, Nani. No, this is not Pimp Name Slickback. This is Young Boy Goated. Nani, Pimp Name Slickback. East Coast Kev, Pimp Name Slickback. M for your mom. Justin March. Nasheed for you. John Smith. Black Merlin. Pimp Name Slickback. Justin March. Thank you. We hit the goal. Much appreciated. Y'all don't know how much that's support mean to me. Whole lot of ones beat a whole lot of nuns any day of the week. Shout out to everybody in the building. Oh, we got over 200 people in the building. I didn't even know that. Shout out to Justin March for letting me know that. Make sure y'all hitting that like button, family. Hit that like button. Hit that reaction heart. If you're in the building, drop a comment, say hello. Something. Like engagement is necessary. Because remember, I got like strikes and stuff on my channel. So I'm out the algorithm. The only way to force me into the algorithm is through engagement. So again, if you ain't got no money, you can pay me in a like. You can pay me in a comment. Even if it's just a fire emoji. Much appreciated. I take it all. Oh, shout out to Timbo Slice for coming through with the 2. Much appreciated. That's one of I think Timbo Slice was one of my first members of the channel. Much appreciated. Thank you for all the support for over these months. Thank you. Much appreciated. Whole lot of ones beat a whole lot of nuns any day of the week. Thanks everybody in the building for all your support. Much appreciated. Oh, shout out to the Black Merlin for doubling up. He came through with a $9.99 this time. Let me see. Also a member of the channel. Exactly. You know what's so funny? That happened to FBA before. When during the Stop Asian Hate Crime thing happened, they started trying to attack Asians to defend Donald Trump. A bunch of their channels got boomed. A bunch of their channels got demonetized. They stopped that real quick. It was like, oh, Trump, you on your own. Trump, you on your own. They was like, I'm sorry, Daddy Trump. I'm in here to get a bag. And I can't get a bag banging with them Asians for you. I cannot do that. I cannot do that. But shout out to you again for coming through with the $9.99 and being a member of the channel. Oh, shout out to you see, PCH Rods. I think that's PCH Rods. Shout out to you, bro. I ain't see you in a minute. Thank you for coming through with the 10. He's also a member, family member. You can hit that join button. Hit that join button. Or you can give somebody a membership. Much appreciated, bro. Much appreciated. And you're right. You are definitely right. Yes. That's what, and it was created also, again, to help Trump get elected, help Republicans win, and to use black people in America as a human shield for white nationalists. So we take all the arrows, we take all the damage, they make us the face of xenophobia, and they be like, well, I'm not racist, or this ain't got nothing to do with race, because look, the people I'm following behind are black. Just like the bozo Fishback try to do, like the white boy who was talking to Tariq try to do, all of them. That's what they try to do. Shout out to you again for coming through. Yeah, let's get back to this.
When you was with the manosphere thing, but that was obviously controversial. And then y'all obviously got issues with certain black women that talk shit. You got your Kendra G's, right? And you got your Kevin Samuel.
Wait, time out. Afro Think Tank, you ain't started off right. O'Shea career started with him justifying the deaths of black people who were murdered by police and white supremacist vigilantes. That's how O'Shea got his start, not with the manosphere. A lot of black people found out about him via the manosphere. But no, before that, O'Shea went mega viral and had a big ass channel with tens of thousands of members on it. Subscribers, with him sitting around looking dusty, justifying black death. Justifying black death. Shout out to a pimp named Slickback for coming through again with a 2. Yes, trying to beat Tommy Sotomayor. In fact, that's how he started attacking black women, because he tried to beat Tommy Sotomayor. Because Tommy wasn't just justifying the death of black people. He started attacking he was attacking black women too. And that's how O'Shea and the manosphere, all that got going. But shout out to you. Family, make sure y'all shouting out everybody who participated tonight. Make sure y'all shouting these people out. They helping to keep this stream going. They are the ones helping to where I can answer everybody's questions and stuff like that. Where I know to keep looking in the chat to answer questions. Exactly, 350, yo. Exactly. Same thing with Mexicano Phil. That's how he got to start. Trying to be Tommy. And then he realized he could get more money doing the African thing. That's why he branched off into that. And then now he's with the FBA stuff. Fire emojis. You already know. But let's get back to this.
Right? And then, so you got those two polar opposites, right? And then but a Kendra G will make a Kevin Samuel. And a Kevin Samuel will make a Kendra G. If we didn't have Kendra G's, we wouldn't need a Kevin Samuel, right? And you get what I'm saying. So we're creating it, right? So you came from the manosphere where your reputation has preceded you that you hate black women in America, right? So let's just go with this. Now you've deleted a lot of that content. You've grown, like people grow, right? We definitely are not who we was 5 years ago. But at the same time, when you create celebrity junk, which is clearly like TMZ, you know, why? And I always agree, why can't we do our own shit? White people make money off our debauchery. Why can't we do? So there's a lane for celebrity junk where you talk trash about celebrities and stuff like that. That's fun. That's mindless entertainment. Yeah, but at the same time, that is still negative propaganda towards black people. It is what it is. It makes money. People like to watch it. I watch the shit, but it's like food with a lot of cholesterol in it. Eat a little bit, eat too much, you're gonna clog your arteries, right? And then you got your Pan-African dating show and your King Ghana, right? As much work as you put into King Ghana and Pan-African, your reputation is still preceding you. Therefore, you're gonna have to work harder with this Pan-Africanism in order to make up for what you got going over here, because celebrity junk and your Pan-Africanism, those are two opposing different things, right? But you gotta make your money. I ain't mad at that part. But in order for you to compensate for that, you gotta put a little more effort in your Pan-Africanism and clearly define what you're talking about. You can't be calling these like Flacco Pan-African. Come on, you can't be calling him Pan-African. No, you shouldn't say the word. When it comes to Flacco, don't even say Pan-African. Just stop saying Pan-African when it comes to these people, because the people who don't know what Pan-Africanism is, they're thinking that's Pan.
Exactly. Oshay be claiming everything. Like that's how the show, that's how we even started off the stream. That's how it was yesterday. Oshay is calling a bunch of stuff Pan-Africanist and calling a bunch of people Pan-Africanists that are not Pan-Africanists. Peoples and things that are not Pan-Africans, he keep calling it Pan-Africanist when it's not. And Flacco, I don't know if you're ever going to see this, but you got to stop playing both sides of the fence, bro. Because again, you falling for the trick bag when you trying to do the because you might say you're not playing both sides of the fence, cool, but you definitely fell for the trick bag that FBA is a real thing, that you can that Tariq is some type of anomaly, but FBA is real. No, that's a trick bag. FBA is a hate cult created, owned, and led by Tariq Nasheed, and founded by Tariq Nasheed.
Africanism. So now you got a bunch of people going against Pan-Africanism. How is it possible that black people cannot like Pan-Africanism? Most black people are Pan-Africans, and I think Jarvin, he came up with a good term. He said small hat and big hat Pan-African. Most black people are pro-black.
Oh, wait, he shouted me out. It's little PAs and big PAs, not little hats, big hats. It's little PAs, big PAs. Little PAs, big PAs. That's the term. Shout out to Afro Think Tank. Thank you for supporting, supporting the channel. Make sure y'all all subscribing to Afro Think Tank channel. And y'all, you hitting that thumbs up on his channel too. Everybody said Poetic Flacco is riding the fence. All right. It's either. I take either. You could call me Haven or you can call me Javen. It's fine. It's fine. I'm supposed to be doing my members only live stream soon, where everybody can just ask me all the questions they want, how to pronounce my name, where it came from, what's my actual background, all that. I'm getting it ready. We're going to do all that. Shout out to everybody in the building.
And if you pro-black, you all intents and purposes, most black people are Pan-African. They will go to a Caribbean restaurant, eat food. They will get some jerk chicken. They will, hang out and let their friends play with other black people. They will do that, like little small, just everyday stuff Pan-Africans. Then you got people like me and you who are active Pan-Africans in the real world doing real shit. Big hat Pan-Africans. But the thing is, Pan-Africanism has not been able to be articulated to its full totality because we have you making content, confusing people, making people think that Flacco is a Pan-African. Flacco is a parasite. Flacco is, for all intents and purposes, when you say the word, I think he dropped out.
Oh, I think he did too. Shout out to Irvin Palmer for coming through with the jewels. Much appreciated. Also, family, shout out to everybody who donated with the jewels and stuff and the gifts. I'm definitely gonna shout y'all out. Matter of fact, I'm gonna shout y'all out now. Because again, I don't want y'all to feel left out. Shout out to Ready to Go for sending the gifts, and shout out to Urban Palmer for sending the gifts. All support is good support. I take it all. Shout out to y'all. Shout out to Urban Palmer because he sent another gift. Thank you. But also, family, if as you know in the pinned comment right here, PayPal, Cash App, Venmo, I take it all. You just let me know whether you want a shout out or you want me to read your comment. Because some people just send something and they don't want nobody to read it. Or they want me to read it, but they don't want me to read the comment, but they don't want me to read their name. So just let me know. Just let me know if you send something that way. And my phone is like on silent, so I might not see it. So make sure you drop matter of fact, don't even drop a comment because that defeats the purpose. I'll find it. I'm taking my phone off silent again. I'll find it. Shout out to everybody in the building. But yeah, let's keep it going.
For all, he must have lost signal. For all intents and purposes, Flacco is an opportunist. right? And he's not a Pan African, but he don't hate African Americans. He doesn't hate Caribbeans, right? But he will take advantage of an African. He'll take advantage of a Caribbean, right? Oh, he's back on. Yeah, he'll take advantage, right? But he's no way in any shape, form Pan African, because if he was, he would actually mean the shit he say. We know he don't care about them black people dying, but he make that money. We know he don't care about Shud the Builder, but he about making that money. We know he doesn't care. We know Flacco don't care, but we also know Tariq don't care. Both these niggas are dividers. And both of them, to me, are on the same side, right? Dividers. People who will divide for money, divide for profit, right? They pick division over unity. I'd rather be broke and unified with my black brothers and sisters than be rich and not be unified.
Let me just say this real quick. You still there?
Yeah.
I would like to ask the chat, guys. I see people saying things about me and him. If we're not doing that, can y'all stop with all the name calling against him or me? We're two brothers.
Nah, people roasting Oshay and his feelings. I'm pretty sure ain't nobody in this chat roasting Afro Think Tank. Cut that out, Oshay. Cut that out, Oshay. Maybe one or two people probably said something about Afro Think Tank, but I'm pretty sure everybody else is in there cooking you. Exactly. Crying. Stop all that crying. Don't cry, Oshay. You on your platform all day long disrespecting Africans. Now Africans got you live and they can let you know how they feel live. Don't cry about no name calling. Don't cry. Don't cry about no name calling. That's like if I went to a neutral platform and a bunch of FBA people came into the chat trying to roast me. I can't cry about it. I attack FBA all day. Stop all that crying, bro. Stop all that. He ain't calling me names. We ain't calling each other names. Could y'all stop that in the chat? Shut up. Shut up. Shout out to Leaf C for you. Afro Think Tank is like looking at Oshay differently for the one reason that Oshay actually helps Africans in real life. And like I always say, that help that he shows Africans in real life, that help is just because he's making money off of it. That's it. It ain't just coming from the bottom of his heart. Because like I said, if Oshay was to move to China, everything he's doing in Africa with those Africans, he'll be doing it in China. Just like he was doing it in Poland. With the white people in Poland. This about a bag. That's what I'll be trying to get people to understand. Yes, Oshay do help a lot of Africans in real life. He put money into Uganda, into Kenya in real life. Yes. But a lot of that is just because that's just the cost of doing business. It ain't coming out of no love. Like no deep-seated love in his heart. Exactly. Because remember, that's why Oshay keep crying. What is Oshay's main gripe with black people just doing Pan-Africanism? It's that, we giving all these Africans all this stuff, or we letting them come into our organizations. But what are we getting out of it? What are we getting out of it? We not getting out of it. We can't leverage it over them. Because that's what it is, Nasheed, for you. Because think about it. Oshay, when he played the beginning of this video, Oshay explaining his gripes with Pan-Africanism all came down to the fact that we can't leverage it over other Africans. We putting more into it than they putting into it. They get to be a part of our organizations. We can't extract wealth from them doing Pan-Africanism. It's a business. It ain't got nothing to do with nothing. That's it. Because guess what? If black people was able to extract wealth, like real wealth, like extracting it from Africans and not being able to put nothing back into them, and that was quote unquote Pan-Africanism, Oshay wouldn't have no problem with it. He looking at it in terms of dollars and resources. That's why he keeps saying this thing about, we give 25% of our wealth in charity. We be patronizing their businesses and all this other stuff. It's just, he not looking at it as just love. Like what you would do with a family member or a really close friend, where if they short one day for because they trying to get a soda, you just buy the soda and you don't even bring that up. It ain't even know 2 days later, are you going to pay me back for that soda? Because you're not going to do that because you know there was times where you wanted something from McDonald's and they just bought it for you and they never brought it up. So you ain't gonna bring up that soda. It is what it is. It's all love. One hand wash the other, both wash the face. We taking care of you take care of me, I take care of you. We taking care of us. That's it. This is business with him. It's just business. That's why he complaining. Remember, Oshay describing why he really been going in on Africans. Why? Because he got scammed by African, allegedly. He got scammed by African. So he's using it as a justification to attack them all. That's it. Shout out to P. Wiz in the building. Of course, like I said, they're a white nationalist psyop. That's all they are, a white nationalist psyop. And they just took a bunch of white nationalist talking points and put chocolate on it. That's it. Put chocolate on it. That's it. Oh, you saw it live? All right. I wish I would have saw it live because I would have been laughing at Oshay too. I would have been in that comment section attacking them too. I don't believe it neither because it don't make no sense. You got scammed by this one African dude. Instead of using your platform to go in on him and expose him as a scammer, you're going to use your platform to attack Africans as a whole, but leave him out of it. I didn't see no pictures of this dude. I didn't see you calling his name. None of that. Don't make sense. Shout out to SI for coming through with the 5. Much appreciated. Thank you for supporting it. Make sure y'all shouting out SI. You already know. Salute. But yeah, let's get back to this.
Explaining. You don't even see us doing that. So if we're going to be able to talk like this in the future, family, y'all gotta grow up. Stop talking bad about him and Army. We're having a respectful conversation, and the chat should also do the same thing, right? Because if y'all want more people, more dialogues like this to happen, and like I said, people come into hostile environments, we all family, right? This is what we got to do. So, I'm here, he's here, and so this is what I wanted. This is what I want to kind of bring the community together. So would y'all please stop with the name calling and all of this other stuff, people calling gay and all that stuff. Look, be professional. All right, I'm gonna let the brother build, but let's stop with all the foolishness in the chat. All right.
How is a xenophobe asking about other people to be nice and be professional? You got a whole channel, Oshay, where you don't do nothing but attack Africans all day and all night. But now you crying about people being professional? Keep that energy, Oshay. Keep that old energy. See, you can't take it. You can dish it out, but you cannot take it. You cannot take it.
If we can, please.
All
right, go ahead, brother. Sorry.
All right, that's cool. And so with begging off what you said.
Matter of fact, that's why Oshay dropped off. If you want to be real, he probably dropped off because he saw a comment and he had to wipe his eyes because he was crying, had to blow his nose, wipe his eyes, get his composure back together to come back and give that speech. Because there's no way you just drop off and then you come back and the first thing out your mouth is a speech about being civil. Like we should be civil with each other. Like, come on now.
This is the reason why we have a problem with FBA, right? Mm-hmm. And the thing is, you don't have to be FBA, right? And the reason when I say FBA, I'm not talking about African Americans. I am a proud African American whose entire family has fought for America every single war, and I fought war. I have the right to say anything I want about America. And
exactly, Nasheed, for you. That's how Oshay blew up and became the content provider he is today by justifying Corinne Gaines' death. In others, but mainly hers, calling her all kind of names, everything. That's how Oshay blew up. That's how he did. Like you can't make this up. You can't. Imagine somebody who justified the death of black people, who make his whole mission to disrespect Africans, attack black women. That's your whole history, Oshay. And now you crying about comments in the comment section? Comments that we can't even see. Comments you shouldn't even be paying attention to. You supposed to be having the conversation, explaining yourself. Shout out to 3 in the building. Yeah, what a clown. What a clown. What a clown. Of course, we all remember it. That's why he ain't getting no pass. Exactly. That's what he do. Ain't getting no pass, O'Shea. You better cry to your mama. Ain't no passes. I think O'Shea took all those videos down. He took all those videos down. He took all those videos down when he was doing all that. I highly doubt you can find any video of O'Shea talking down on no black person who got killed anymore, like he was doing in the beginning. But yeah, let's get back to this.
I'm also a tax-paying member of Nigeria too, so I can talk shit about the motherfuckers too. All right. So, but the thing is, if we can't have adult conversations, right? You can have spiritual conversations, right? And we can take leeway with our slang and our shit talking, right? Y'all know I talk shit, but I add a little comedy to it. I try to keep it light. I don't want to go dark. I never go dark, right? But the reason why I go dark with FBA is I'm not going dark with African Americans per se. I'm going dark with Tariq Nasheed and his manipulation. I'm going dark with the core of what FBA is. FBA is legitimately a xenophobic hate group sponsored by white supremacy. I know people don't want to believe it. They think I'm just saying it. They think it's something I'm making up. But it's actually a branch off the ADOS, which is a branch off the Tantum organization. An actual bunch of rich white people who wanted to get black people to hate immigrants to help white people hate immigrants because there's not enough white people for white supremacy. If you notice, white supremacy has been contracting all their shit out to black people. The most successful white supremacist is Candace Owens. Think about it. They can't even be white supremacists by themselves. They need a gay Mexican, Nick Fuentes, to be a white supremacist for them. All right? Like, that's how bad it is. So they need to recruit. White people are good at recruiting. So
exactly. Also, Kanye. Don't forget Kanye. Don't forget Kanye. Like, yeah, that's a fact. If you look at a lot of the biggest white nationalists and people pushing this nonsense on the internet right now, they strongest soldiers are non-white people who they recruited. Exactly. Facts. Oh, you said who is this? I think your name is Mr. Money. I can't see. I think that's Mr. Money. You said Lashifa, you got the receipts? Oh, shout out to Lashifa, you. If you got the receipts, let us know. Yeah, we definitely got to see those receipts. Definitely got to do that. Because I was about to say that, like, maybe somebody who was around like a long time ago, like me or Nasheed, probably got the receipts, because I probably got some receipts somewhere. I don't know. But I wouldn't say I do. But maybe. Yeah. Oh, Justin March is right. Myron Gaines, Fresh and Fit, all the Hogtie twins, whatever they call Hogtie or whatever, Hog twins or Hogtie twins, all of them. Oh, say less. We definitely gonna have to take a look at that. Shout out to you in the building, and shout out to you for having those receipts. But yeah, let's keep it going.
It's not FBA who I hate. It's the ideology behind what it means, right? The name is tainted. It cannot be saved because of the people who are participating. And you got to understand, FBA has been infiltrated by, there's a lot of white people pretending to be FBA. A lot. White people use FBA as their medium to hate other black people. There's a lot of confused mixed mulattoes who don't believe that they can participate in the African experience, but they still hold on to black because they got a little bit of that. So I'm black, but I'm not African, because their blackness has been questioned their entire life, and they can't kumbaya. They see black African Americans and Africans kumbaya, and they don't feel like they can be a part of that. So they try to have their own lane. Mixed people.
That's a fact. That's something I always pointed out. A lot of FBA soccer accounts are either white people, non-black people, non-white people, or a bunch of biracials who don't like their black side. But by being FBA, they can just generate all they hate against Africans as a proxy for hating their black side. Shout out to Emmanuel. Me, Emmanuel hit me on the Cash App. I just saw it. Shout out to Emmanuel. Are you in the building? Did anybody see Emmanuel in the building? I don't think I saw him in the building. Shout out to you, bro, for coming through with the 5 on the Cash App. Much appreciated. Is Emmanuel in the building? Emmanuel, if you're in the building, make sure you drop a comment. But shout out to you. Yeah, I didn't see it. I gotta take this off silent because people be sending because he said about how the more he hear Oshay speak, the less he think of him. And that's the case. That's the truth for me. The more Oshay talk and try to justify himself, the stupider he look. You notice that, right? Oshay can sound super smart and super sophisticated when he making his pre-records. Now that we got him live, but he got to answer for himself, he can't do it. And he can't take the pressure. People calling him names. He crying about the chat. Oh, know what you do, Nasheed, for you? Unlist the video and send me the link. That way, nobody else can't see it but me, and I can like show it on my channel while you don't have to worry about Oshay finding it on yours and trying to flag it down. That's how you do that. Unlist, put it on unlist, take it off private, put it on unlist, click the link, and send it to me. And then I'll be able to show it without Oshay and nobody else being able to get to the video themselves. So they can't flag it. Yeah, that's the way you do it so you don't put your channel in jeopardy. I had to learn that trick. You have it on the channel, you have it unlisted, nobody can't see it. Nobody can see it. And then you send the link out till they can't find it to flag it. Like, because if you give me the link, I'm not going to give it to nobody else. However way you can send it, like, hit me on they do direct, messages is back in YouTube. You can send people direct messages now. So you can send me a message on YouTube. You can send me the message on YouTube. Or if not, you can email it to me, or you can send it to me on any of my DMs. My DMs is always open. It's in the description box below. You can send it. You can send it anywhere, and I'll get it. I'll definitely get it. Salute to who is that? Jace. Salute to Jace. Oh, the Jace. Salute. Thank you for the 10. Exactly. But remember, FBA is a part of the white nationalists. You got to stop. When you think of white nationalism, you got to think of FBA with them. It's like Django Unchained. Stephen was with the white people. He's not some black person in between who may be confused or just doing what they told. He's with them. Remember what Django said when he told all the black people to leave. He told Stephen, not you. You right where you belong. FBA is on team white supremacy. They not some confused black people. They on team white supremacy. Shout out to you again for the 10. They on team white supremacy. Team white supremacy. They not confused. They the enemy. You see something? Oh, Afro Think Tank in the building. What's up? Okay, cool. We'll go over that too. Cause you just said you just dropped in. I don't know if you noticed, Nana was in the building earlier. He sent me a donation and said that he don't agree with nothing I'm saying, but he respect me because I never do it all. I never attack Africans and Caribbeans. Matter of fact, let me see if I can find that comment. It should be saved. It's right here. You see it on the screen? It says, we are ideologically different, but I respect what you do. You have never, he capitalized never, all capitals, disrespected Africans and Caribbean people, even when it hasn't been pretty. So yeah, that's what he sent me. So so yeah. So he definitely told me that. And some people was telling me that he be talking crazy about African Americans. And I said, I don't know. They said he anti-Pan-Africanist and he talked crazy about African Americans. And I was like, all right, I gotta check that out for myself. But he already said he don't agree with me. We ideologically different. So I'm like, all right, cool. That makes sense. That makes sense. But shout out to you for being in the building, Afro Think Tank. We gotta link up. We gotta link up. We definitely gotta link up.
I've always had issues.
Okay, let me, because you have, it's a lot that I'm trying to, it's a lot to respond to. I don't know if you're still there, but are you still there?
I'm here. Yeah, I'm still here. It's
all
raining
right,
out here.
you guys hear me good? Because my internet.
Nah, Oshay trying to get his thoughts together. We not stupid, Oshay. You trying to stall for time. You trying to stall for time.
Internet is kind of messing up because it's you said a lot, and I was trying to understand the points of view and all this other stuff. But let's do this. Can you hear me good?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, so let's, for the sake of debate, we can remove African Americans or Black Americans out of this for immigration. All right, we can look at largely what's happening on the African continent now. Pan-Africanism, the AU is in.
Look at that. Again, you don't want to talk about what we supposed to be talking about. Now you want to talk about Africa. Again, what's happening on the continent ain't got nothing to do with Pan-Africanism. That, like, again, those people are not Pan-Africanists. The people you about to reference right now, Oshay, that you keep referencing throughout this video and the last one, those people you reference are not Pan-Africanists. So you can't use anything that they doing to justify what you doing.
Ethiopia. So the first thing is, can we say Africa is producing citizens that can even contribute to Pan-Africanism, with a part of that is being collaborative? Let me give you an example.
Exactly. Again, we just talked about this, about how Oshay only sees Pan-Africanism as a transaction. It's a business. It's not. That's why I said he's not really no Pan-Africanist. He's just using it for $1. He's in Africa, so he's making money with Africans. He's crying against Pan-Africanism because he sees that, oh, can we even get money out of these people? Can they even contribute to anything we building? That ain't got nothing to do with Pan-Africanism. That ain't got nothing to do with it. About whether we could get $1 out of them or not. What that got to do with Pan-Africanism, whether we could get $1 out of these people or not? What that got to do with anything? That ain't got nothing to do with nothing. Let me see. Shout out to Justin March for dropping that link. Family, make sure y'all hit that link. Go subscribe to Afro Think Tank channel. Go subscribe to his channel. Hit that link. Hit that link. Hit that link. Oh, shout out to I think Cameroon. Breezy Goat. I think that's what you say. Yes, that's all Oshay is doing, deflecting. You saw how he act like he couldn't hear Afro Think Tank, and then he came back with a whole deflection. He didn't try to answer nothing that the brother said, and he just went off on some, all right, let's talk about Africa. Nonsense. Shout out to you for the $199 though. Whole lot of ones with a whole lot of nuns any day of the week.
But what I'm saying, because you probably see people like this in Nigeria all the time. You meet any individual young person, woman, young man, they get a job. Largely, they can't get into the industries. It's usually informal sector. And this person is paid $100, $200 a month. All right?
Yeah.
Now, after they're paid $200 a month, their bills is like $600 a month. So now that person has to do a lot of stuff and also required to give money back home, whether Black Americans are or not. A lot of Africans, men or women, are required to give money back at home because their parents still having kids in the village or wherever. Back in there.
What does that have to do with Pan-Africanism? And you right, Justin March. Everything is transactional with Oshay because he's a trick. Because he's a trick. That's it. That's all good. You could just copy the link and just send it to me on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, whatever. That's cool. Just copy the link and just send it to me like that if you can. If you can, it's all good because we all know the truth about Oshay anyway. We all know the truth. But yeah, let's keep it going. So yeah, if you can do it, don't sweat it. Don't sweat it. You said, where's the moderator I was speaking of? Justin March. Like, dag, it's too many comments. Maybe he could drop the link again. Justin March, if you can, drop the link for Afro Think Tank channels again. Because it's like, yeah, it's a lot of comments coming in, and the comment section is really moving. So maybe you could drop it again. Shout out to Cameroon, Breezy Goat. Exactly. Not just that. That's problems you find in America. Like the Red Cross just did a whole story about how a lot of black areas in Alabama, which Tariq is from, is like a third world country. They never talk about that. Matter of fact, shout out to you for even coming through with that. Because maybe maybe we could get onto that. I'm gonna let Oshay keep talking, but maybe I could get onto that.
Back in their own home country. So this causes Africans to do this or that, steal from their job, start different businesses. Then if they can't do that, well, then what do?
Why are you saying it causes them to steal from their job? Like, why are you even bringing that up? Like, that's the first thing you said.
In Uganda, they go to the Dubai, Qatar. Some people get involved in in West Africa, the Libya slave trade, sex trade, going towards Italy and all that. That's unfortunate. So, or if they come to the diaspora, those Africans have been already robbed from their home countries. So I actually believe when we are even asking Africans to participate in Pan-Africanism without fixing those problems, we're asking some people to sacrifice that's already been sacrificing. Because by the time they
listen, Oshay, again, you keep talking about as if it's transactional. Pan-Africanism is not transactional. That's why you keep saying about, oh, how are we going to get these people to contribute when they already sending money back home? You ain't got to send no money to be no Pan-Africanist. Unless you're a part of some organization and you got to pay dues, that's one thing. But just to rep Pan-Africanism and to recognize yourself as us as one black family and we can help each other where we can, that don't cost a thing. Like you talking like there's a bag that you gotta give to be Pan-Africanist. Like, oh, if you calling yourself Pan-Africanist, how are we gonna recruit these people? They don't got no money for the dues. What organization you talking about? What dues got to be paid? What's all this? They don't got the money.
Come and want to deal with us because we grew up in different circumstances. It's hard for them to collaborate with us because of what they have been through, right? And this is something that we got to talk about. I see it all the time here on the continent of Africa. You know, I was at the cleaners today, and there was a young lady. She was like, "Can you loan me like $10 or whatever?" You know, I'm right now in Nairobi, Kenya, and so it causes an African to cover too much territory every day to get money to survive. Now, if you remove African Americans from the situation, the same thing is happening right now in South Africa. You got the people coming in from Malawi, Mozambique, Angola, all of these other particular folks trying to come in and make a living in South Africa, fought for their country. And so now these people, when they come there, they're not really necessarily concerned about South Africans. They're concerned about themselves. And again, it's self-preservation. But most Africans are Caribbeans when they come to America. Not all of them, because some of them are elite. Some of them do have money. Not every African is poor, right? Some people quit their good jobs and you'll leave Nigeria. And I met a guy that was studying for his PhD in mechanical engineering when I was at Howard University, and he came from a very good family. But that's not most Africans. So
again, you make it everything transactional. Shout out to Jace for coming through with a 5. Much appreciated. We know what Stephen Miller said. FBA is not fighting the wrong people, Jay. Shout out to you for doubling up, for sending a 5. They're not fighting the wrong people. You got to remember, FBA is a xenophobic hate cult. They are white nationalist psyop. They work for those people. like, I don't know if you was in the building earlier, Tariq Nasheed was justifying Trump attacking reparations. Does that sound like somebody who's confused to you? He not confused. He know what he doing. They know that Stephen Miller, Trump, and all of them are racist. They know that. They pretend like black immigrants are actually the problem and actually holding the black community back. They playing pretend. They playing pretend. They know what's going on. They know the truth. That's why every time somebody brings this up to them, they try to deflect. Like Oshay, all he doing is deflecting this whole stream. Like Tariq, he lied and claimed that the reparations in Evanston was just housing vouchers. He lied. They know what they doing. They know what they doing. That's why I keep telling y'all, FBA are ops. They not people who just having a misunderstanding that you can just come and just educate and say, oh, you got that wrong. Let me show you the right way. No, they ops. They ops. They the enemy. They on team white supremacy. Like you can't try to find middle ground with these people. You just got to take ground. That's it. But shout out to you again, Jace. My fault, almost called you Just with Jace. Thank you. Much appreciated. Everybody make sure y'all shouting Jace out. Salute. Salute to Jace. You already know. Shout out to the Black Merlin. Yes, Pan-Africanism is in church. It's not like you got to come here and then people expecting tithes and offering. What is he talking about? But yeah, let's keep this going.
Then, when Black Americans come across a lot of Africans are Caribbeans with a survivalism mentality, Black Americans don't take that as, well, damn, man, like, what's up with all of that? Because the person with the survivalism mentality doesn't know how to give. You don't know how to collaborate because in your country, you've been kept already. And these are the things that I bring out on my channel. I can understand what you're saying, Tariq and the division, but this is what Black Americans have been experiencing for many years. And it's not just us. Look at the Bahamas. The Bahamas don't want Haitians. Okay, look at the Dominican Republic. Look at other countries. A lot of these people are, the same thing with Africans in the UK in the 80s and 90s. It was the same problems that Black Americans had then. It was even bigger with the Caribbeans. They were calling the Caribbeans stupid and dumb when Africans got to Canada. So if you remove African Americans or Black Americans from this equation, then it's not just us anymore. And
well, what does that have to do with Pan-Africanism and what does that have to do with America? See, that's another thing with these Pan-African, these fake FBA, I'm not fake because they really FBA, these FBA bozos. They every time you point out that they're xenophobic and what they saying don't make no sense, they try to deflect and talk about what's going on in other countries. I thought y'all don't care about what's going on in other countries. I thought y'all only care about what's going on in America. So if we in America, let's talk about America. Who cares if they having tribalism in Canada, in the UK, and all throughout Africa and the Caribbean? You say y'all don't care about those places anyway, right? So why you worrying about it? We talking about right here and now in America. We talking about right here, right now in America. See, right here. We got this. One way Pan-Africanism will never work. See, that's another Tariq Nasheed talking point. That somehow Pan-Africanism is a one-way street. That we are the ones giving and we not getting nothing in return. Like that's not true. That's a lie. Yeah, weapons grade whataboutism. But yeah, on that point, what did I just do? I just hit something crazy. I just hit something. My hand hit the keyboard and it just went to something insane. Wait, give me a minute, y'all. Matter of fact, yeah, I just deleted. I just got rid of that whole thing. I had finally found the clip about Alabama poverty. We'll touch on that another time about how Alabama poverty is third world and how a lot of poverty and the Black community in the Bible, not the Bible Belt, the Black Belt is on a third world level and how poverty on that level has never been seen before in a first world country. Yeah, we're going to get on that another time.
What you see all around the world where Africans kind of go because the survivalism mentality doesn't really work. They run into some of these issues, if not a lot of issues. I was in Poland when the Zimbabweans came to Poland. And that's how I found out about the Indebellies and Shonas. They were fighting to the death in Poland. I mean, a lot of these divisions that happen in Africa, we can meet them and it's cool. But how would you tell this Afro think tank? You want to tell the truth? We're gonna both be honest here.
Exactly. This one-way Pan-Africanism. That's out. Nah, that's out. Like they saying, like, yeah, what about all these people in here contributing and all that other stuff? But yeah, shout out to you, Prince, for being in the building.
Nigerians would rather help you or me than they will help each other. And you cannot say that ain't the truth, because it is. Most of it will help you. They will help me on this fucking continent before they help each other. Now,
all right. So what does that? So how does that prove your point? That they would help us before they would help each other. Do you understand what you're saying, Oshay? If they will help us before they help each other, why are you justifying? How does that justify you attacking them? How does that justify you attacking Pan-Africanism? How does that justify you saying that, oh, we don't get nothing by dealing with them? How does that justify it? Like you just talking. You just talking. You don't even know what you're talking about. You just talking because you talking. Earl, you said Pan-Africanism is a scam. I got to put you on timeout for that one. Pan-Africanism is not a scam. It's practiced right here in America. That was the whole point. Pan-Africanism is alive and well in practice in America. That's why Oshay is not using no American examples. What examples is he using? He's using examples of Africa. Hello? With the whole conversation is about why you FBA bozos is running around doing what y'all doing. We talking about America. Why y'all bringing up Africa? Who cares what's going on in Africa, right? That's not even your people. We talking about the here and now. Let me put you on timeout so you can get your mind right. Let's see if you can come back with something else better to say. Put you on timeout so you can get your mind right. See if you got something better to say.
We benefit from that. But if we didn't love Africans, we wouldn't admit it. And that's sad, though. And that's the thing that when people say you hate Africans, I'm standing up for a lot of Africans. What about the Africans in the diaspora that live in Dubai, that live in Qatar, that they send money to their family and that family, that money is stolen and they have no opportunity? What about that? What about when some of the diasporas, they basically come back and they oppress their own people? You want to know some of the rudest people who oppress Africans? Africans' own diaspora does it every day. From Britain, from Canada. If they're not oppressing, they're the ones getting used by the Africans on the continent. So what I'm saying is, if you can remove Black Americans and let's say we all unite in America, those Africans still have those problems because the country's made it that way. Pan-African.
Exactly. So again, you can't remove America. The whole conversation is about you FBA bozos attacking Pan-Africanism in America. You FBA bozos being xenophobic against Black immigrants in America. You using a bunch of examples of stuff going on in Africa amongst Africans does not debunk Pan-Africanism in no way, shape, or form. Like you defeated the purpose of this whole of your whole argument. Like that defeats the purpose. I'm getting confused here. Like, am I wrong? Am I like missing something? Oshay just acknowledged Black people working together smoothly in America. But he's arguing against Pan-Africanism in America and Black Americans participating in Pan-Africanism because stuff going down bad in Africa. Like, come on now. Got to make it make sense.
And I know you watch football. If you watch football in the 80s and 90s, we had somebody called Bill Walsh. Right? Bill Walsh innovated what we call the West Coast offense. Right there in Cincinnati. And then he came to the Niners, all right? When Bill Walsh made the West Coast offense, you had to have certain players that could participate in that. And the first thing you needed, one of the main important things you needed was a running back. They catch the ball at the backfield. That's number one. So we couldn't have a hitting running back like, let's say, Peterson.
I don't know what's going on. Shout out to everybody in the building, still in the building. Oh, it's after 12. I didn't even know it was after 12. Shout out to Cameroon Breezy Goat for the $1.99. No, exactly. That's why I be saying, like, Oshay, you need to take yourself back to America. If you hate Africans so much, Africans ain't doing nothing, blah, 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 blah. they won't help, whatever the case may be. You need to come back to America then. Yeah, thank you for the 199. Salute. Everybody, make sure y'all saluting the people who contributing to this stream. Make sure y'all saluting them and y'all thanking them because they helping to keep this stream going and make this possible. They helping to make this possible. Yeah, let's keep going.
You can have Eric Dickerson, dynamic quarterback. Somebody like Roger Craig, somebody like Ricky Waters, somebody who can catch the ball, right? Now, quarterbacks, Joe Montana, we saw Jeff Garcia, and then you needed somebody not with a big arm, but with the accurate arm. Then for a receiver, you didn't necessarily need a speedy guy like Rakim Ismail or Willie Gall. You needed somebody who was good running after the catch, right? So you had, for the West Coast system to work, you need certain inputs, right? And in order to make Africanism work, you need certain inputs. And what we see on the continent every day, brother, is that these African countries don't make the inputs to make it work. And the raw talent that we have in Africa never gets used. Unfortunately, it goes right to its grave every day. And so when we talk about building a collaborative Africa, well, the issue comes from home states, because by the time they get to Africa, it's difficult for them to collaborate. Because even Agaba, you know what Agaba did to me? Yeah. A lot of things you come across, not saying everybody, but.
Okay, you got scammed. Okay, you got scammed, Oshay. Why are you not spending all your time talking about that dude who scammed you? And again, this weird analogy about we need certain inputs. We don't need certain inputs. All you need to be Pan-Africanism, to be Pan-Africanist and contribute is to be black and see everybody as your brothers and sisters. That's it. All this, they got to be able to contribute. We got to get certain things for this and that. No, unless you got some type of organization and y'all trying to run a certain type of play, then the answer is no on that. The answer is no. Shout out to Brandon. He's a new member of the channel. He hit that join button and got a member for himself. He a level 1 member. Shout out to you, Brandon. Thank you for becoming a member of the channel. Make sure y'all salute Brandon. He's a new member of the channel. But let's keep it going.
When you're focused on your family, what's going on back home, like Africa's diaspora is awesome. They send the most remittances back to the continent. They're developing the continent, but large of that money is going to to their family. And so by the time we start working with Africans, there's largely going to be an issue because of what they have already been through. There's a certain level of trauma that brothers and sisters in Africa have been through. And when we try to sweep it underneath the rug and say we all should stick together against one oppressor, well then, okay, let's leave us out of the equation. What do you say what's happening right now in Nigeria by itself, or the North, or what happened in the Biafra War? That had to do with Black Americans. What do you say about the South Africans? Well,
again, why you keep talking about that other stuff, Oshay? Let's say everything you saying overseas is right and exact. So what? What does that have to do with you FBA bozos attacking Black immigrants in America, here and now in America? What does that have to do with it? What does that have to do with it? You just acknowledged that things are not even bad in America between Black immigrants and Black Americans and whatever. So why you keep bringing up this other stuff? The thing is, you keep looking at this as a transaction, and you're in Africa. You're trying to figure out how can you extract as much wealth from the Africans as possible. And you see that they not on the Pan-Africanist stuff, and they don't have the certain amount of resources that you want, or they're not going to be able to give you money because they're too busy taking care of their family. So now you arguing against Pan-Africanism. We not going for that, Oshay. Like, again, this is on you, bro. This ain't got nothing to do with us. This is your issue. And you can't use that issue that you bringing up to justify going behind Tariq Nasheed and pushing FBA. That's all you trying to do. You keep crying about resources and how you going to get money, because that's what he keeps saying. How they going to give me money if they sending all those remittances back to their family? How they going to give me money if they not doing this? That's all I keep hearing.
What do you say about the Zimbabweans? You see all of these things without us, right? And wherever you go, there you are. Now, I'm going to tell you another thing here. It's going to be controversial, but I'm going to say this. When you deal with why the African state want the me and you back, I'll tell you why. Because We don't deal with tribalism.
Oh wait, O'Shea breaking up, but I think he just said African states want us in America, want African countries in America want African countries in Africa want us African Americans over there because we don't deal in tribalism. I think what he just said.
So when Afro Think Tank comes to Nigeria, he accepts everybody. Everybody loves him, right? Because he's going to look for the merit-based person. So the reason why Africa is where it's at is because so many internal divisions. And those divisions come to wherever Africans go. Ireland, have you seen what's happening right now? I mean, don't get me wrong, the white men have destabilized them, but Africa's got a choice. And too often we baby a lot of the folks from Africa, because I can tell you one thing. When Africa get ready to do something, they can do it. Talk about the most talent, talk about the most beautiful shit I've never seen. Africa got the Randy Moss disease. They play it when they get ready. I see it all the time. When Africa want to do something that's...
Shout out to Magi Commander in the building. Let me see. This doesn't benefit Black Americans. Nothing FBA does benefits Black Americans. That's the whole point. That's why O'Shea can't name none of the benefits, and he can't name none of the problems Black immigrants are causing in America. That's why he keep talking about different groups of Africans having beef. That's why he keep doing it. Nobody has yet to articulate how FBA benefits Black people in America. Nobody has yet to articulate how Black immigrants are actually hurting Black people in America. Nobody has yet to articulate how Africans hate Black people from America. Nobody. But let's keep it going.
Fucking out of this world, they'll do it when they get ready. Most Africans do this. I was there with Ward and Maya. I brought Ward and Maya to Uganda in 2023. I brought him there. Him, Miss Trudy, and staff. We have been trying to work with the government. I've had ministers tell me, oh, I like what you're talking about, but what I need you to do is focus on what I'm doing, and then you come back later. I won't even mention their name. I've worked with so many people for free, trying to bring people to the continent, get the right information out. What? Apathetic, don't care. Now,
O'Shea, I don't believe you, but yeah, keep going.
When Ward and Maya touched down, I had got him a room over at Bukoto Heights. The then president of the tourism board, when he touched down, she was right there. I lost my money. They took him over to Speaker Resort. They asked him right there, said, hey, listen, why don't you be the ambassador of Uganda? Again, when they want to do something, they can do it, And so what I'm saying is, I get what you're saying, because you're not, you spit facts. There are a lot of things you're saying that I got to concede. And I knew that coming into it, because my situation is not always perfect. But you got to create the right Africans to participate in Pan-Africanism.
No, O'Shea. Again, I'm happy you conceded that you was wrong about a lot of things and you wasn't in order. But all this, you got to create the right Africans. You talking about money. If you was talking about, well, the average African is not on no Pan-Africanist stuff, that would make sense. And we got to promote that and teach that to them so they could get on it. That makes sense. Afro Think Tank brought that up earlier. I've been bringing that up for years. But that's not what you're talking about. That seemed like that's kind of what you're talking about, but you're more talking about money and how to extract resources and how do we get leverage over these people. But yeah, let's keep going.
And what you're saying is, well, that Afro Think Tank or Oshay, you should be held to a higher standard. Okay, I'll accept that. But then what about them? Just because we have more money, our South Africa has more resources, that doesn't mean that the brothers and sisters in Malawi can't put for effort. They got to also try. And a lot of times the people that have the most get the most to blame, like South Africa and Black America. But even when Africans get rich, they get successful. I mean, what about the issues then? So again, the divisions keep going. And the divisions that are there, we got to discuss it, whether our fault or somebody else's fault. Because what happens is, let's focus on the white man, focus on our power, sweep everything underneath the rug, and guess what? I could agree to never make a video again, and FBA could never make a video again. Those situations in Africa are going to continue. And wherever they go, there they're going to be. They're having problems in Australia in the diaspora. Big problems. But why is it that when Black Americans come, largely don't have a problem? Because why?
Okay, O'Shea, we hear you. Africans are having their own problems. What does that have to do with America? Again, y'all keep talking about how all y'all care about is America. Because remember, the whole conversation is about FBA and how FBA be like, oh, we don't care about Africa. We don't care about this. We don't care about that. Okay, Oshay, we going off of that. They don't care. Now explain how this is detrimental to America. Explain how this is detrimental to Pan-Africanism. Explain. You're failing to explain because I don't think you actually even know what Pan-Africanism is if you're going to be real. We're going to be real. And even if you do, you only see it as a grift or as a way to get money.
We're more adaptable, usually. You go to Ghana and you see more African Americans wearing kente cloth than you see Ghanaians. You can see that.
Yeah, but with that being said, everything you said, I agree with. But at the same time, let me just say one last thing.
Okay,
go ahead.
And the thing is this, like the African countries, most of the, I know you didn't like my Pan-African keyboard warrior things. I know you didn't like that, right? But let me talk about that. The reason why a lot of those people are upset with me is because they cannot deny what I'm saying is the fact. They can never come back to where they're from and have a good life. Why? Because do you know how many talented Africans come back to their homeland and get killed or get poisoned or get juju put on them?
Yeah, a lot. That's actually a big thing.
See, why don't people bring that up in my content? I don't just talk about things from the Black American perspective.
Okay, O'Shea, we talking about FBA. What does this have to, what is African problems? Nobody said Africa's a paradise where they don't have no problems. That's something y'all Tariq and them used to preach, but we off that. Nobody's saying that. Nobody in the real world is saying that. So what does that have to do with what FBA is doing? The whole point of people calling you up here is for you saying you a Pan-Africanist, but you sit around attacking Pan-Africanism all day and you sitting around glazing Tariq Nasheed. Everything you is saying right now is no justification for your behavior. No justification for your behavior. None.
I see Africans come back from Sweden, and then this guy he got his legs cut off, got killed, his wife got killed right there in Entebbe. So when you want your talented Africans to come back, the Africans that have money don't even trust their own governments to come back. That's why they're marketing this to us. Because largely we're not going to have those issues. They don't care if we come in and really be successful. So that's what I'm really building it on. I talk as an insider. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
So
okay, O'Shea, you didn't prove anything. So it's like, what? I'm waiting. I know there's some FBA people in the building. What point did FBA O'Shea prove? What point did he prove by saying this? And how is this a justification to attack Pan-Africanism and attack Black immigrants? But can't somebody else flip this the other way around about how a lot of rich Black people and a lot of successful Black people can't go back to poor Black neighborhoods or go back to hoods they from because they're afraid that somebody gonna kill them, somebody gonna rob them, somebody gonna do something to them? How many people get rich and get successful and get out of Compton and never step foot in Compton again? Because they're afraid that if they go back to Compton as the success they are, somebody gonna do something bad to them. Same thing in Brooklyn. How many people get rich and never come back to Brooklyn? Because I'm from Brooklyn. Brooklyn is a lot of the areas where we live at in Brooklyn is mainly buildings. How many people, the building they was born and raised in, never come back to that building after they get successful? Never. They might, if they do come back, it's a winking you missed it situation. Why? Because they're afraid somebody gonna hurt them. Somebody gonna do something to them. Somebody gonna rob them. Somebody gonna take something from them. And I'm talking about regular people, not nobody who was like committing crimes or something like that. So like the criminals in the neighborhood know them, so they good, or some situation like that. And even in some cases, they not good. Or people who got, or related to people who really hold it down and got a whole lot of weight. Like, come on now. A lot of people do that. Memphis, how many people got rich and left Memphis? Never came back. Maybe come back to see families and they in and out. They not chilling. They not buying no property in Memphis. They not trying to raise their kids in Memphis. Everywhere. Just think about it. Everywhere. That's all throughout America. So is that a justification for, like, say, for example, for somebody from Africa to attack black people from America? Because a lot of black people who get money or go to college, get education or whatever the case may be, they leave their neighborhoods and they never return. Never return. Again, the most they might do is pop in and out during the day, and that's it. And even in situations like that, they're not safe. How many people got killed like that? How many people got money and try to go back to their neighborhood and build up their community, try to show the kids in the community something different, and ended up getting hurt, getting robbed, getting killed? How many people set up businesses in the black community and their businesses got robbed? Or they coming out their business and they got robbed by people in the community. You do know Rosa Parks had to be moved out the black community because she got robbed in the black community. Rosa Parks, somebody who put their life on the line for the black community, somebody who whole life was dedicated to the uplift of the black community, had to be moved out the black community by a white man because she wasn't safe in the black community because she was robbed and beaten in the black community. Beaten and robbed in the black community. Now, if somebody was a black immigrant and said a story like that, y'all FBA bozos would cry your eyes out and use stories like that to justify all their hatred and the stuff that they be saying. Justify hatred and bigoted things that they said about the black community. Y'all would cry your eyes out. Y'all would get super performative and y'all would cry your eyes out. Cry till you couldn't cry no more. And everything I said is a fact. A fact. Shout out to everybody in the building. We still rolling strong. Oh, shout out to Lee in the building. Lee was the first person to send me this thing. It was Lee. Then it was East Coast Kev. I'm happy y'all sent this to me because, again, I didn't see this. But thank you. Thank you for seeing this. Thank you, because you was one of the people who sent it to me. Lee always sending me good videos. And y'all can send me videos too. Hit me in the email or my description box. And again, I might see the video. I might not. I might be able to get to it. I might not be able to get to it. But if you send like a donation, I'll definitely be able to get to it. But just know you don't have to send a donation. But shout out to you. And shout out for you for all your support. But yeah, let's keep it going. Don't worry about the autocorrect. You know what it is. Like sometimes my titles be messed up because of autocorrect or whatever the case may be. You sent me the link through Instagram. Shout out to you. Thank you, Nasheed, for you. But I don't know if I'll be able to cover it tonight because it's about to be 1 o'clock in the morning where I'm at. And I'm supposed to be getting my kids tomorrow, so I don't know if I'm be able to cover it because again, we still ain't done with this. But yeah, shout out to you for that. I'm definitely gonna take a look at that, and I'm gonna get to that. But yeah, let's keep it going. Well, yeah, but Oshay thought he was teaching. You ain't teaching nothing, Oshay. What you teaching? Why talking about all that stuff about a lot of successful Africans can't go back to Africa because they're afraid they might get poisoned, they might get killed, somebody might rob them or whatever. It's the same thing. Same thing.
With all that being said, right? With what you said was correct, right? So look, we have to find a solution to that issue, right? So we African Americans, it's true, everything you said. Like when I go to Nigeria and I look at Nigeria and I see how Nigeria is and what they have, right? And I say, damn, if y'all really wanted to, y'all could take over. It don't seem like anybody really wants to because the Yoruba will not allow the Igbos to be in charge. And the whole reason why, but the Igbos happen to be the best business people in Nigeria. If you put an Igbo president in who already has an economic mind of making money, that person would probably do a pretty good job bringing the economy of Nigeria up to snuff. But because of the tribal issues, the Yoruba and the Hausa, the tribalism, refuses to allow an Igbo to become the president. Then you got the Muslims in the north that's more Muslim than they are African. And they're like, everybody got to be Muslim, and it's Christians against Muslims. And it's only during political season because they actually get along in real life together. They all live together, right? And so I see the business opportunities and the political opportunities that Nigeria has, but the people themselves step in their way. and like the politicians step in their way, and the people themselves, right? They get in their own way by stopping their progress because they don't want to work with their brothers and sisters. That is a fact. The tribalism manifests itself in the fact that people don't work together to create institutions and chains and accountability measures in order to succeed, right? And I think that is where, because you're right, African American, when I go to Nigeria, I'm good with the Igbos, Yorubas, the Hausas, the Fulanis, they're cool with me. But they be like, them damn Igbos over there, or them goddamn Europe, they'll tell me, warn me about the other tribes, and I'll just kind of look like, are you serious? And then I'll have to do my own investigation because maybe they're being extra, or maybe they got a little bit of historical bias in there. There is a lot of historical bias in there, but
just one thing. Do you know how many Nigerians? I don't know how many Nigerians told me not to come to Nigeria. A lot.
Oh, a lot of them. Yeah, Nigerians told me not to go too. They were like, "You going to Nigeria?" I'm like, damn right. But I'm a different because I've been places in Nigeria. Nigeria is okay compared to some places I've been to.
I love Nigeria. It's great.
Yeah. But the most trash talking I've ever heard from about Nigeria has been from Nigerians, and the reason is what you stated is most of the well-to-do, because all the rich ones are here where I'm at, right? Because I went to school with them. Like they had cars in house. They was driving Mercedes-Benz in high school, right? Oh yeah. They will tell you that the government is attacking them, or it's usually a government issue, because especially since they got money and you want to hold it in their banks, and it becomes the issue with the government, right? And they have they'll complain. But then you go to Nigeria, the Nigerian people in Nigeria are way different than the diaspora that come over here, and they will tell you that they're complete and total assholes. I know Nigerians who live here who got businesses in Africa who treat their people like shit, like slaves, like actual slaves, and it blows my mind. They barely pay them. They feeding him is enough. They're like, yeah, I gave you food. Look, you got to pay.
I think right now what we're seeing is that Afro think tank allowed Oshay to do Oshay Dookie Jackson to to change the topic, because the topic is about you, Oshay, and how about FBAU and your attacks on Pan-Africanism. I don't know why you bringing up tribalism in Africa, what that got to do with anything. So I think Oshay has successfully switched the topic, but we're gonna continue on, see if they get back on topic.
So there is an issue. There is an issue that African continent, some continental Africans don't want to talk about, is the fact that there's a classism and an ageism problem, that caste system that suppresses young Africans and disregards any of their opinions about anything when it comes to government and benefits. It's ran by a bunch of old, rich, ignorant, non-educated Africans who don't want none of their kids, their grandkids, or their great-grandkids to thrive. And they're blocking the progress of all of them. I think they said they closed it down. Yeah. So they don't want none of them to thrive, and that's a problem. And I see it, right? And for instance, me as an African-American, right? Me as an African-American, when I go to Nigeria and I see the business opportunity just in the farmland, right? All these Nigerians in the rural area, all of them are sitting on millions of dollars of assets, and they don't know what to do with it. They got millions, a poor person in Nigeria in a village is richer than a middle-class person in Africa. They just don't know how to benefit from their assets, right? And I'm sitting here, I be having conversations like, you know what you got here? Right? They got land with fruit trees and all the minerals and stuff right there, and they own it. Just a poor person who can't generate $100 has 100 acres of land that they own outright and paying zero taxes on, that they can do anything with. And that's a common thing. But because there's no system to take advantage of the resources in order to guide these people into benefiting themselves, agriculture is not the number one thing in Nigeria when it should be, right? And so I think that as African Americans who are good at systems, especially since we run the federal government, we are the reason why American federal government was working so good until Donald Trump messed it up, right? I believe that if we believe African Americans and we are the leaders that we say we are, right? Instead of those of us who know better should use our talent to go over there and create systems. We should have asset management companies. We should be going to Africa and having customer service academies, because the customer service is non-existent right over there for the most part, right? Because everybody your cousin. When you sit down, everybody who feeding you is your auntie and your cousin, and you just gonna wait till when the food done but when they get around to you. And that is something that permeates throughout the Caribbean and regular Black America. You go down to the South, you're going to wait. You go to that restaurant, you're going to wait because, you know, you family in them. You sit at the chair, you wait, and your food going to get there when it get there. And we kind of do that as a group, but that doesn't translate into business. And I know that's what you're talking about. They don't have there's mechanisms of accountability and management that Africans are missing. And because of that, the informal business economy is thriving to the point where it's taking advantage of people who cannot leverage any money that they earn to get ahead in life. Right. But I believe we can assist them and those African diasporas who are also intelligent and want to go do that. We can assist them, but we got to create systems within these African countries, and we have to insulate ourselves. So we can't be, because a lot of us are naive. We go there, we want to kumbaya, we want to be up in there and all that stuff. And then we find out that the people we working with in Africa don't got the same mindset as us, and we can't get shit done and we waste money. Right. And then there's horror stories. I just put a video up where the diaspora, they send money back trying to do this, and their family members steal the money, their family members. And then what the family members do, this is the trick. Mm-hmm. So if, let's say, a Nigerian goes to the UK or America and he makes he's an engineer, he's making a ton of money. He may not go back to Africa for 10 years, but he's been sending thousands of dollars every month. And he's been hoping that his family was doing what he said he'd do with the money. And then they show up in 10 years, go on vacation for only 2 weeks because your America give you 2 weeks, right? That's all you get.
Shout out to Damu in the building. Yeah, I wish you would have stayed on the topic because you letting Oshay off the hook. This is not the topic. This is not the topic. Oshay is getting off the hook. Oshay is getting off the hook. He's getting off the hook. Let's see if they get back on topic though.
The family member knows that when that family member flies to their country, that they can only stay for 2 weeks because they got to go back to work. So whoever stole the money disappears. They will leave the village. They'll leave the country because that means if you're African first, second generation Nigerian, and you go and your cousin or your sister or your brother been spending thousands of your dollars showing off, having a good time, buying his friends drinks, just doing whatever, and he found out you coming, he gonna go to another state. The entire time you're there, you'll never find him. You'll never be able to hold him accountable. And then when your ass got to go back to work, then he'll go back home because there's nothing you can do. What you gonna yell him over the phone, right? And that is a problem. And I just made a video about that. And so you got the African diaspora, second generation and first generation themselves have a total campaign trying to tell their diaspora not to send remittance back to Africa and force their family members to have to be more financially responsible. But who is going to teach? Who's going to teach these Africans to be financially responsible? Because ain't nobody teach us African Americans to be financially responsible. Right. We ain't no Western curriculum teaching us how to use money. That's why we in debt. So I can always find an American equivalent to the shit that's happening over there with the division. We got the shit happening over here. Why is it that we have so many successful African Americans? As soon as they get some money, they move to the white neighborhood. They go get them a white wife, and
shout out to Afro Think Tank. He's making the points that I was making because again, I'm happy. There's like yeah, you got off topic with Oshay a little bit, but I'm happy you holding him accountable for that stuff he said, even though it was off topic. He tried to switch the subject, and you was going along with it because again, you engaged with it. But I'm happy you ultimately showing that Oshay, you still wrong for what you were saying. Shout out. Let's keep it going.
They forget all about the hood that they say they love, but then they jump back in the hood to go make a music video. Right? They come back to the hood to make a speech in front of a crowd, but then they go right back to this suburban neighborhood. Right? They don't invest in it. Look at Jay-Z. Now Jay-Z, he must have made a deal with Target. Now he wants us to go back. Right? And we supposed to listen to him because he's a rapper? Because he made money off talking shit and belittling the black community so the white people can pay him? You know what I'm saying? Like, and then we make our leaders these rappers. We make our leaders these people who don't have the credentials to be leaders. And that's why Tariq Nasheed falls in the category as somebody who is not qualified to rename or reclassify all African Americans. That nigga is a failed rapper, okay? And then when he couldn't do that, he pretended to be a failed pimp. And when he couldn't do that, he pretended to be a Pan-African.
No, he's talking about in general. Like, you know how people got to get taught financial literacy and about how different people don't really know financial literacy. He's not saying Africans as a people don't know anything about money. Shout out to you, Vegeta. I just saw you in the building. But yeah, let's get back to this.
And when that shit didn't make no money, he just started to be a xenophobic, hateful FBA. Now, what's going to happen when FBA runs its course?
Well,
Tariq already got one foot out the door already.
Because you said that one thing you said that one of the reasons why I took the position that I took was because I'm trying to make money, and I wanted to address that while I was here. I largely make the majority of my money on my Oshay Duke Jackson, the celebrity stuff, things like that. Largely, I'm going to tell you the honest truth. A lot of the things I see, and I speak to certain things that most commentators don't. Because I don't want people. I've seen people come here and go broke in Uganda and can't go back. I got to help them go back. That's why I never brought people here. And what you described about what you at least brought them through a tour, and what you described, this happens to our people every day. Not only our people. I mean, remember that one fat dude by the name of Greg from Value Farm? That fat bald head dude.
Greg from Value Farm.
I got you. Those of you guys probably that. A brother from Netherlands, a Caribbean brother from Netherlands, sent $180,000 to invest into a farm. That was stupid. He stole the money with South Africa. You know, that was somebody from he was Haitian though. So what I'm saying is, a lot of Black Americans, when they come to Africa, okay, does Africa have an opportunity? Absolutely. Can you scale in Africa? There's nothing like Africa. I can tell you that right now. If you get it right, you got it right forever. You got it right forever. But a lot of the people, it's so romanticized. Like, you have a practical approach, Tan, you know, we're not gonna kumbaya, but that's not what Ghana is selling. That's not what Sierra Leone is selling. What they sell is, okay, here's a package for you. Because at first they were trying to just bring white folks to Africa. Then they found the year of return. Now everybody's, you know, trying to follow year of return. And the ecosystem is not so developmental. And so a lot of Black Americans, when they come to Africa, they don't know that. But before you can do business in Africa, you might have to stay here for 1 or 2 years just to see how to move around. Just to, you know, it's hard getting around in Uganda. Maybe Nairobi is a little bit better if you go to Johannesburg, but it's still very difficult. And so then you don't know if a person has a bachelor's degree from, let's say, Jomo Kenyatta University. That's not the same thing as a bachelor's degree from Rutgers. That doesn't mean the person isn't smart, but the person has a different worldview. And a lot of Black Americans are not really ready for those nuances. And so when you see all the nuances that you have to deal with every day, it causes a lot of Black Americans to, or anybody else, to try to fix those nuances before you can scale. And by that time, you might be out of money. So the issue that I have is what people that are critical of me, they're saying, you know, you talk too negative about Africa. Okay, well, what about you who's living in Paris right now? Or you who's living in Beverly Hills?
Come on, Oshay, you still deflecting. Like, I think this is what he gonna do for the rest of the stream. It's like just deflect. Like, come on, Oshay. We get it now. You deflected. This is insane. Like, we get it. You still not answering anything. That's what I'm trying to figure out. What is even happening? We still listening to Oshay deflect, still talk about what Africans has got going on, and all this other nonsense. And I'm happy he admitted that the majority of his money does come from the YouTube channel. That's why he do what he do. Again, it's about money. Nobody who really felt Pan-Africanism in their real heart and was really about that life would do what Oshay is doing on the internet. You're doing it for $1, Oshay. We're not stupid. If you couldn't get $1 doing this FBA stuff or talking like this, you wouldn't do it. It's about money. Nobody's dumb. This is about money. Through and through, this is about money. It's about money. That's it. What you saying ain't making no sense. And you saying what you saying because it's about money. Money.
Bus stop right now, taking pictures, because you left for the same reasons that I'm talking about. And it's not only Black Americans that are affected by this. Our whole entire diaspora. Again, the people that suffer the most are the Ugandan Americans, the Ugandan British. You know, the people in Uganda working in Dubai. They suffer more than anybody because they have the most invested. So now what I'm saying is, when you come to Africa and you want to start the business, like, do you know Brother Subi Shop, TJ? Do you know him?
Who?
The Subi from the guy on my podcast.
Yeah.
We know somebody that recently got married. Okay, so we went to go and participate in their wedding, and right there was another foreigner, in our diaspora group. We went out the room. The lady says, well, if you want us to expedite this, it's going to be another $20. And he was like, what? Yeah. And everybody in the room was watching. So,
yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
like that kind of stuff, you have to participate in it. And so what I'm saying is Black Americans don't know those nuances, because in order for you to unify with Africa or Caribbeans, it's a lot more effort on our end.
Yeah.
The government's getting better, right? The government's getting better, but it's so much effort on our end. It's almost like, well, damn, if I did this in my own community in St. Louis or DMV, which the DMV is more money to DMV than it is in the whole southern region of Africa, in the DMV by itself. Yeah. So what do? Do you go with what you understand, or do you go with what you don't understand? And now people are coming to that crux where it's like, well, damn, I mean, number one, I didn't know what we had, because you don't really find out what Black America really got until you live overseas. When you look at Black America and the institution that it is, there's nothing like it. You don't know that until you know, because you grew up in it, so you don't really appreciate it. There is nothing like Black America. Zero. Nothing like it. So what Black America is now, in order for me to be a part of Africa, it's kind of difficult, because you got Africans telling you to go. In order for you to go to Africa, you might have to go to certain embassies, like the Nigerian embassy in DC. You might have to get involved in the community first, then kind of find out how to get around, how to do things. People don't really share information in Africa like that, in most African countries. So it can be done, but like I said, at what cost, right? And if that cost is to deal with, people are not going to do it.
Right. I believe now when it comes to that, like the corrupt, like it is terrible. Like, for instance, when you go to Nigeria, you're supposed, if you stay longer than 30 days, you got to get a stamp, right? Now the stamp is free. Every single time I go to Customs and Border Patrol, they want money. All right, they want a bribe. Everything is a bribe. Everything in Africa.
You talking about in Lagos?
No, not in Lagos. I do in the kitty state. I go to the comptroller.
Have you been to Lagos Airport, Murtala Muhammad?
Yeah. Oh, as soon as you get off the damn plane, they begging you for money.
Hold on. They have a big ass sign right there. Do not support corruption. That nigga look at you and look at that sign, and you'll have a little bit dollar bill. Give me some money.
Right. Now, this is what I do. So now when I go to the airport, right? As soon as I get off the airport, if anybody, now I have to be honest, they have been getting better at it. They're trying to stomp it out. But it's hard to do that because you can't monitor everybody at the same time. So they got the signs everywhere, and if they ask me for money, I just tell them I ain't got it. Or sometimes I stand there and lecture them and embarrass them for everybody. I say, you should not ask for money. I say, I tell them, you're embarrassing Nigeria and you're embarrassing yourself. I said, there's people outside that don't have jobs. You have a good government job. I said, and you're asking me for money. Like, I'll make it a big deal about it.
Hold on, I want to give Nigerians credit.
Oh, man.
To the airport that call out other people. I've seen a fight in the airport. So you got some Nigerians that work at the airport.
Nigerians will flip. Exactly. The Nigerians that fly to Nigeria, they go off. They're not having it because they're like, you're not going to take. I just got off the plane. You looking to get U.S. dollars. What are you talking like? And so the culture has to be. They think they don't see scamming the way we see scamming. They view scamming as hustling, right? It's like
But scamming is hustling. That's a form of hustling. Scamming is definitely a form of hustling. Shout out to everybody in the building. Yes, Afro Think Tank is way better than me. Way better than me, because I would have been, I would have been like just got to the nitty gritty with this, and we would have been done with it. We'd have been done with it. We got to right down to the nitty gritty, and we would have been done with it. Exactly, Vegeta. Like Trump is super corrupt. Super corrupt. Like Trump just got over $3 billion since he's been in office. Trump ain't been in office 3 years and he already made $3 billion for himself. I don't who knows how much money he made for his family, how much more money he made that we don't even know about, how much more money he gonna get. I don't even think that $3 billion is even including the plane he got. Like, come on. Shout out to everybody in the building. Shout out to 350 on the building. Yeah, I think so. But it's a time when we being a little too nice. Being a little too nice. Exactly. Exactly, Hood Mistress. Exactly. But yeah, let's keep this going.
They're hustling, right? Mm-hmm. And
and there's an aspect of African culture where you give when you go, right? And they're attaching that part of that has become begging. So there's an aspect of when you go to somebody's village or you go to somebody's house, you bring them a gift of appreciation. And usually it could be anything, an apple, it could be a bag of rice, it could be anything. And it's like an exchange that goes back and forth, but that has turned into money, right? Or when they see somebody who they think got money, or when you're in the car and you going somewhere and the police pull over the driver and they're like forcing the drivers to give them money, right? And then you'll see like one of the passengers give the driver money to give the police, to give the damn police money because the driver don't got no money because he already got his money taken away from the person that owned the truck, right? But me, when they try to ask me for money, oh man, listen, when a police, I be loving it. I be like, I want them to pick me. I want them to think I'm a Yahoo boy and pull me out of the van because I stand right there. I won't say a word and I let them run their mouth because they think I'm a Hausa. When I'm up there, because I got a beard, they either think I'm a Yoruba or they think I'm Hausa and when I'm in Yoruba land. And they figure I got money because I'm dressed like an American citizen. You got money, I'm going to try to scam you. And I will stand there with the police all day. I'm like, I ain't giving you nothing. We're going to stay here all day. I don't care if you got that AK-40s. We're going to stand here all day, right?
I believe you.
And now Nigeria, and then usually when I do that, they get real nice, right? And now, to be honest, they don't do it as much. When I first started going, they were doing it. But now the government the government of Akiti State, Nigeria is a good one. He's cutting down he ain't playing that shit with his police officers. So they starting to get busted for that shit. So now they ain't saying nothing. The Nigerian military does a great job. They don't, I don't see them doing that. They do their job on the road. But there is aspects of, because of the way everybody wants to be bribed in order to do a job that they're supposed to do anyway, it makes it hard for African Americans who want to come in there with our money and do business because we're like, look, we need set systems so that we can do this because how can we set something solid if it's not on a foundation of something solid? I can't have somebody coming to me talking about this is mine or you gotta rub my pockets to do this. You gotta rub my pockets to do that. Now I've managed to negate that because I'm so integrated into the system and I use proxies to do all my shit. I pay local. I don't pay no foreign price. I always pay local, right? But it's very difficult for African Americans to go there and use our money to build when the people there are still in survival mode. Now, we can complain about it, which we should, because I think that the governments need to be embarrassed that they do this because they're not just doing it to us, they're doing it to their people. We African Americans are just finding out that this is happening. And since we're not going to be quiet about it, we are talking about it. So when you talk about like Ghana, for instance, and if you tell the truth about Ghana, Nana is going to get upset because you're talking about his Ghana, right? But he won't go on his show and he won't tell you about the corruption in Ghana. He won't tell you about the messed up roads in Ghana. He won't tell you about the corrupt police officers in Ghana. He won't tell you about the corrupt teachers that want to get sex from their students and won't give them a good grade until they give them an A. He won't tell them that.
I saw that. That was crazy.
Yes,
he was in there.
They don't want to tell them how they're holding up these people in these schools because they don't want to pay the teacher.
I think Oshay has successfully switched the conversation around. We probably gonna get just 10 more minutes. 5 more minutes. I think Oshay has successfully changed the conversation around.
And the teachers go on strike for 8 months. So now you got some kid that's supposed to be in university. He's supposed to be learning, and now he out of school. They don't. Right, and the doctors, they don't tell you about this. There's been 2 times in Nigeria where I saved somebody's life because they got in a total car accident and leg broke. They had to pull them off the side of the road and they go to the doctors and guess what? They're not going to treat you if you ain't got that money. You're going to sit right there.
And died like that. Remember him?
You're going to die, right? All I had $150 saved his life. I get every goddamn couple days, I'm getting a thank you. And when I go there, I'm treated just because I did that. Just because it's ridiculous that you could be in a life and death situation, but then you go to the doctors and they're like, I can't. And it's not like they don't want to. They literally can't because they don't. They literally can't treat you because they don't even have the shit they need to treat you because they got to go take that money you give them to go buy it to bring it back to treat you, right? Which is different from in America is where you can get treated. You just die afterwards when the bill comes, right? But I'd rather deal with that. I'd rather deal with the bill later, right? Than die because these doctors can't treat me. And then the doctors don't want to stay because the government don't want to pay the doctors a good wage and give them a good hospital because they're all flying to Washington, D.C. to go to goddamn Johns Hopkins and Holy Cross. You know what I'm saying? So you're absolutely correct. And the thing is, nobody was going to say anything because the continental Africans that fly to America, they don't say anything because they come here, they get a good job, they get health insurance, they get cozy and comfortable buying these paperclip houses, and they have no plans going back, and they think they're doing something when they send money back to remittance. They ain't doing shit, and they complain about their countries, but they get mad when we talk about the shit that they ran from, right? And it's not like I'm saying, it's not like we dumping on the country. We're dumping on the systems that's holding back the country and the people, not the people, because the people are complaining about it too. But there's nobody putting a camera in front of somebody from Nigeria and Ghana and saying, hey, tell me.
Nah, that's a negative. That is a negative. Oshay is complaining about the people. He is complaining about the people. This is a conversation I'm talking about having a conversation with a bad faith actor like Oshay. You're trying to have a good faith conversation with a bad faith actor, and they don't go together. Shout out to a pimp named Slickback for coming through with a 5. Exactly. That's the whole point. That's what I said. Oshay has successfully switched the topic. How does any of this justify people calling black immigrants tethers? How does this justify FBA hate cult behavior? That's what I want to figure out. How does this justify any of that? That's what I'm waiting for. I'm waiting to figure out how does this justify any of that. Shout out to a pimp named Slickback for coming through. Yes. How does this justify anything that we are seeing or hearing right now? It doesn't. That's why I said he has successfully switched the topic. Shout out to WT in the building. Shout out to Black Adam in the building. Nah, he don't sound like FBA. He trying to have a good faith conversation about some stuff that he has personally experienced. But the thing is, this is not the time or the place to have that conversation, especially with Oshay Dookie Jackson. That's why I said you trying to have a good faith conversation with a bad faith actor. And that don't work. That don't work. Yeah, let's get back to this.
What you think about your government? You know, right? And the thing is, and if they do that, there was a woman in Ghana just now. She got sentenced to a year for saying something about the president of Ghana. A year in jail for opening her mouth. Right? Now, if an African American went to Ghana and said the same thing in Ghana, nothing's going to happen. And then the information would get out. But because she was a citizen of Ghana, she's in jail because she said something out her mouth. She said the president of Ghana got the presidency by sacrificing some goats and a few other animals, and she in jail for a whole year for some dumb shit. Like that, right?
Is even worse. She don't play at all.
Oh yeah, I heard about her. So you're right. There are things. And all these people who are in charge of these African countries are puppets of white supremacy, right? Now, these guys, to be honest, these old fuckers just got to die, right? Because no one has the power to push them out the way, right? And no one's speaking up about it because there's a culture of compliance and keeping your mouth shut. Asians are the same way. They keep their mouth shut. That's why
very passive aggressive.
Right. That's why when they come to America and they see white supremacy, they keep their mouths shut and they expect black African Americans to run our mouths on behalf of them. They expect us to do all the work, and then they come in and be like, yeah, Black Lives Matter. But we just did all the work. How come Black Lives don't matter in Africa? Black people.
I mean, that's kind of what I mean. Like you. So the thing about I like what you're saying is you see the points, but what you make some good points, and you
good night, Magi Commander. Yeah, it's about to be good night for me too, because it's like, what am I still doing here? Like, what am I still doing here? Like, the whole conversation just went somewhere else, and we still have not established what does this have to do with FBA? Oh, you gotta go too? It's 7:23. Where you at? AM? All right. Good. Good morning and good night to the other person who's going to bed. Shout out to the Black Merlin for coming through with the $4.99. Oh yeah. You already know. We Tabitha speaks. She trying to a lot of these bozos is pushing the FBA stuff, trying to because they seeing the numbers. They trying to use that FBA stuff to get numbers. And again, like I said, it's about money. but it's going to backfire on all of y'all because this FBA stuff is going to pass. But us knowing that you was riding with it, you was rocking with it, that's not going to pass. That is not going to pass. No, it is not. We're going to remember these people. AOC is in the thumbnail, Brandon, because I was supposed to be talking about how AOC is getting railroaded by the DSA right now. But this turned into a special event where we just talked about Afro Think Tank versus Oshay through Duke Jackson. I'm probably going to do that tomorrow if I stream tomorrow. Maybe I'll stream the Monday. Who knows? I got to see. But I'm definitely going to touch on that because it proves my point about these lefties. I told people the DSA is the enemy. They are class reductionists. They want a bunch of people like Graham Plattner. Do not be fooled because the DSA promoted people like Mondani, AOC, DAC. They had to do that because they was running in New York. They couldn't get a Graham Plattner ran in New York. But their ultimate goal was to create a party of Graham Plattners to run throughout Middle America and in the suburbs and get them elected. And basically use people like AOC in them as human shields when people point out, like, hey, this party's looking mighty white. Hey, y'all got a couple of weirdos in the building. Hey, why y'all don't care about social issues? That's the only reason. Shout out to a pimp named Slickback for coming through with the 5. Exactly. That's another thing. That's why I keep saying. Everything they saying about everything that's being said about Africans can be flipped back around. The average black person is not sitting around trying to fight white supremacy all day or talk about white supremacy all day. That ain't true. That is not true. That is not true. Great point, pimp named Slickback, because I was about to bring that up. Yeah, it is sad, Black Merlin, because again, she was doing some good work. But again, that FBA stuff got to them. I don't know if she grifting it, because I believe she grifting it, or she think that, all right, FBA is not really about just about trying to call certain behavior out. I don't know. But it's like, yeah, that's not a good look for her. Not a good look. I don't know if she could come back from that. She ain't too far gone, I'll say that, but she may be able to come back, but who knows? Shout out to you, though. Yeah, let's keep this going.
Kind of said the stuff that I was about to say. But the reality is that I think that when in this Pan-African struggle, that a lot of the ownership, it seems like the black world just expects a lot more from Black Americans than everybody else. And all I'm here to say is, and I'm glad the chat is in here. And again, I wanted to come into I know your environment was hostile, so I knew that coming in, right? and this is what I wanted to do because number one, I respect you. You are, you know, you a little irate sometimes, but you're a real brother in this community, and I respect you. I think you're tier 1 because it's not because of what you say, it's because I know what you do. And I'm here, and you know, if I can shift my position because of what you're saying, that's why I'm listening. I'm not listening here to disagree with you or anything like that, because ultimately, I want what everybody else wants. You can call me whatever you want. You're a coon, you sell out. Listen, guys, when the power be going out, I'm here. Your ass ain't here. Okay? When shit goes down, I'm here in the trenches with my young people that I work with every day. So if that means being a coon to you, I'll be a coon. But what I do want to say is, yes, there are a lot of things that I could be doing better. And I'm gonna admit to you, I got a little bit also frustrated with some of the stuff that I was trying to do in Uganda, and I was willing to do it for free. And then many people, you know, within the Ugandan government, it was apathetic. And I lost some level of zeal because, you know, I used to do a lot of the farming stuff in Uganda all the time. That's my money that I'm putting up. You know, when we risk going to farms, you know, in northern Uganda.
Exactly. Go back to America then. And what is all this transactional talk if you was going to do all this work for free? Like, come on. Oh, we got an FBA Glazer. You got us confused with yourself. I just banned you because it's like, yeah, we're not dealing with that. We're not dealing with no FBA Glaze right now. talking about all people do is sit around crying about FBA. FBA is a whole xenophobic hate cult. How you create a hate cult? That's like white people saying all black people do is complain about racism all day. The people who created racism and enforce racism are the ones talking about somebody else complaining. Get that out of here. Shout out to the boogeyman in the building. Exactly. Deflection, remixing, and like that's all we did. That's pretty much all we had going on. Also, remember, family, best way to support the stream: PayPal, Cash App, Venmo. I'll take it all. A whole lot of ones beat a whole lot of nuns. You just send it to me and tell me whether you want me to shout you out by name or not. That's all. Because some people send it and they don't want the shout out of the name, or they don't want the shout out of the amount. So you just let me know in the message when you send it. Shout out to everybody in the building. And also make sure y'all subscribe to all my other channels. Because remember, they attack my channels all the time. I already got a strike on this channel. So if I can't go live from this channel, you follow me on the other ones, I can go live from there. But yeah, let's keep going. Let's finish this up. It's almost done.
Arua, when we were doing sunflower seed oil, that's me paying for the entire trip. You know, are we going towards the farmers? We have to come back and edit that stuff. And we were going towards the Congolese border sometimes. And then, you know, when you go back and you try to show somebody in the government, they just don't care. So that will be like, well, damn, why am I doing that here then? Like, I could do that, you know, somewhere else. I flew people in for the podcast. Remember that scammer Mark?
Yeah.
I know he was scammered in, but
that one, that's a deal. I thought he was a good one. I thought Mark, man, that guy's diabolical. Mark is diabolical because he looks so innocent and he sounds so righteous.
That nigga was crazy. But it's a lot of stuff that I do offline, and again, it's to change nobody's opinion. But you know, everybody knows me. Like when people come to Africa.
Oh my God! So why didn't you make this? Why didn't you do more and more videos about Mark and all the other ones? Shout out to K Maiden in the building. Shout out to you. Exactly. This nonsense. Oh, shout out to Lee D. Clinton in the building. I think you back in the building. Yeah, but we got to get up. Shout out to Everything is Everything. I ain't see you today. Yes. FBA. That's the real reason why I fight FBA. Y'all, they sit around doing nothing but damage to the good name. Like real people like John Lewis and Martin Luther King and all these people work very hard to make sure that people know that we love them, respect them overseas. Just for people like Tariq Nasheed, who ain't never did nothing for nobody, come here, come out and use the internet to attack people. Shout out to a pimp named Slickback for coming through with another 5. Of course, he's not doing it out the goodness of his house. That's why out his heart. That's why he keep complaining about how he can't extract wealth from all the stuff he doing. It ain't no goodness of his heart. Ain't no goodness of his heart. Ain't nothing. He ain't doing no goodness. That's why he keep crying about how we need to create a certain type of black person so we can extract wealth. Or he keep crying about, oh, we ain't got no leverage over them. Oh, they not contributing. Oh, we shouldn't even want to be with them because they got to send so much money back. They ain't got no money to give us. What that got to do with unity?
When something happens, people call me off of real life shit. So can I do a better job of certain things? Sure. And I'm gonna, you know, I got a few more hit pieces to go out, and I'm probably gonna get back to, you know, what I'm trying to do. But it's difficult. It's difficult to keep, like, Africa don't only just frustrate Africans or don't frustrate the diaspora. It's frustrating for anybody that's trying to deal with it because they got to sit here in Uganda, you know, well, that's Uganda for you or something like that. Or in other words, shit ain't gonna change. You know, so you know, when people are actually trying to do stuff, you don't really get a lot of assistance. Now every country is different. Yeah. Now, you know, like if you're dealing with Kenya, it's a lot different. Shout out to Kia. South Africa can be different. But like I said, it takes a lot of patience. It takes a lot of extra effort. And for some people that haven't even lived overseas, most people will be out in a year because to live in a different place is challenging enough. You know, versus even just, like I said, working with people every day. Living another is challenge enough. So what I want to say is, I got a podcast. I got a content creation podcast.
Okay.
I want to for allowing me to come on to the platform. I know.
Shout out to Rakim for coming through with gifting 10 memberships. Family, if Rakim, I think that's your name. I think it's Rakim Energy. If Rakim Energy gifted you a membership, make sure you shout him out. Make sure you shout him out and make sure you keep it going. Make sure you keep it going. Shout out to Rakim Energy for gifting 10 memberships. He just came through and gifted 10 memberships. Y'all, make sure y'all shouting them out. Remember, make sure y'all shout out everybody who's contributing to this stream. Shout out to all of y'all for all of much appreciated. Oh, shout out to the Boogeyman for coming through with the $4.99. Oshay has not answered a single question. Exactly. Matter of fact, Boogeyman, he did say why he supported Tariq Nasheed. He said George Macon is the one who convinced him to not go at Tariq Nasheed when Tariq Nasheed warned him, and that's why he supports Tariq Nasheed, because he told him that Tariq Nasheed is going to get us reparations. That's why Oshay said that's why he supports FBA and supports Tariq Nasheed. Total lie. Total lie. He supports Tariq Nasheed because Karen Samuels died, and that's a new way to that's his new YouTube daddy to get money off of. And on top of that, Tariq Nasheed threatened him and he was scared. But shout out to you for coming through with the 5. Again, shout out to Rakim Energy. Thank you again for coming through with that 10 for gifting those 10 memberships. Make sure y'all shouting bro out. Let me see something. Exactly. Oh, I ain't jacking no Oshay, none of this nonsense. Oshay just admitted, like we already knew, that all them African businesses that he running, they're not really doing much of nothing. The majority of his money come from doing YouTube, sitting around doing YouTube, talking crazy on YouTube and getting the bag. That's it. That's where his money come from. Yeah, shout out to Rakim. Shout out to Rakim for coming through like that. Yeah, disgusting. But yeah, let's keep this going because they say they finishing up, so let's finish it up.
Called you out on the community tab. I know it's gonna be today, but I just want everybody to know, regardless of what you feel about me or don't feel about me, I love black people. I love everybody, right? But
yeah, you just grifting. Yeah, shout out to the Boogeyman for coming through. Oh yeah, he tried to justify the glazing by saying that George Macon told him that we gonna get reparations by following behind Tariq. That's why that's his justification to be a glazer. You said what? No, I wouldn't be better served. Because again, I'm in America. I care about what's going on in America. FBA is a xenophobic hate cult and the white nationalist psyop meant to try to trick black people to try to be the front group for xenophobia. So white nationalists could use us to fight their xenophobic battles, they hate battles, fight against other black people, fight against other immigrants, while they take away all our rights. No, I'm not doing that. I'm not no white nationalist tool. I don't get nothing out of that. If you mean I could make more money for myself doing that, probably. But this ain't about no money. This ain't about no money. I don't do what I do for no money. Like, I'm not Oshay Dookie Jackson. I'm not Tabitha Speaks. I ain't none of these other people. I ain't going to do all that trying to run up a bag. No, I ain't the angry hoe. Some of y'all may know him as Angry Man. I ain't doing that. But yeah, let's keep this going.
I honestly think that if we don't have value in exchange, the problems are going to continue to happen. If people don't see, if we're not incentivized to work with each other, or if there's no value, those problems are going to keep persisting. Even if the FBA or whoever else, you're gonna keep having these divisions, and the incentivization got to be better than the division. And right now, we all look the same to the white man. Oh, we ought to focus on the.
Exactly. He think glazing is gonna he think that's gonna get him. That's what he said. I know Oshay is smarter than that. He know better than that. Shout out to V David in the building. I don't know what you commented, but where you was correcting yourself at, the comments moving too fast. But yeah. So Africans can do. I never said no African can do no wrong. I am not out of touch. I never said no African can do no wrong. I said I'm focusing on the hate code. If an African does do something wrong, I will talk about that African. But I will not sit around and attack all Africans. The same way I don't promote somebody attacking all Black Americans because of what FBA does. You know that, right? You picking up what I'm putting down, right? Yeah, let's get back to this though.
Bigger entity, that's not enough incentivization for many people. You know what I mean? It's not, we can say that, and it's true, but you know, and then I think also to ask a lot of Africans that have been through a lot of trauma, some are seeing wars. I've seen a lot of the Sudan refugees, not South Sudanese, Sudan. Like I've met people through TJ who they lost their whole family. Or they lost their mom, they just saw their mom and dad get killed, and they're living in Uganda. And they just wake up in the middle of the night crying.
Yeah.
You know, like people don't talk about that kind of stuff, but I've seen that stuff in Uganda. You know, so people need real life solutions and real life fairness and parity. And Africa got the ability to do all of that. But if we're not going to do that, we're going to continue to have these problems. It's going to be there. And we can sweep it underneath the rug. We can say, all right, well, one love, only positive shit. Then all the shit going to keep happening under season. You're going to get people frustrated.
Yeah, we're going to, Oshay just rambling. Yeah, thank you, love. Let me see, love. I can't really see. But yeah, thank you for that. Much appreciated. You already know I'm not selling my soul for no money. I'm not selling my soul for no money. What do you mean there's plenty of material? No, I'm focusing on the bigger threat. An individual running their mouth ain't no threat to me, bro. That ain't no threat. I'm focusing on people with power or people who have power. I'm focusing on groups. Remember, FBA is a white nationalist psyop. There's white nationalism behind this. There's higher powers behind this. This ain't just a bunch of bozos who just got together one day and realized they don't like Black immigrants. Like, come on now. Keep it tall. It's not like, for example, it's not like a bunch of Hebrew, One West Hebrew Israelites, because you got again, you got some One West Hebrew Israelite camps who are anti-African. Ain't no, those were just a bunch of people who just got together and just decided that their doctrine said that it's okay to be anti-African. There ain't no higher power behind that. Ain't no white man pulling the strings and puppet mastering them to do that. Yeah, a lot of people gravitated to that because they was anti-African for stuff that they learned from the white man, but that ain't trying to do what FBA is trying to do. So yeah, that's what I'm focusing on. But let's keep it going. Let's finish this up.
So that's all I'm gonna say. Thank you, brothers and sisters, for allowing me to come over here. Those that don't like me, thank you for at least not calling my mama out her name. I appreciate that. And again, you know, I know this is hostile, but we got to have more conversations like this. You know, we got to have more conversations like this. And this is what I want. And I'm gonna do a live and let y'all come up there, as long as you don't cuss me out. But I think this is good.
Okay,
you know, this is good.
Yeah, and I would second that. I think what me and you just displayed right now is Pan-Africanism, right? This is much, and this is we both have disagreements.
This is not Pan-Africanism. I'm not jacking that. Shout out to Afro Think Tank, but I am not jacking that. What was displayed right now is not Pan-Africanism. You may have displayed Pan-Africanism, but Afro Think Tank, the bozo, didn't. Like, no, not Oshay, the Dookie Jackson. He ain't displayed no Pan-Africanism. See, Afro Think Tank, you did, but not him. All he did was deflect and blame Black immigrants for everything. And then when he couldn't do that, he just started crying about Africa. Shout out to Mac Nasty in the building. Also a member of the channel. Yep, nah. This was not no Pan-Africanism. Couldn't let you get away with that one. Nope. Family, you can hit that join button and get your own membership. Let's go. Let's finish this up.
But we were both able to get on here and have a conversation, right, about our differences without talking shit about each other, even though we have fundamental differences. But if you notice, we both want the same thing, right? We both want the same thing.
We have taken personal shots too. By the way.
Right. Now, we had a lot of people down here taking shots, but I mean, I don't care. I mean, that's what people do, right? We understand it, right?
All these people here because they love the black community. That's why they here, right?
Yeah.
So we understand that.
Yeah. So and so I think that African people, African Caribbeans, African Americans, we all got to admit we got problems. We all got our own individual problems within our group. All of us can do better, and there's always a solution to any problem that we got, and we can solve them, and we are trying to solve them. Now, here, the first group of people going to Africa right now is, to be quite honest, it's really not meant for a lot of you African Americans to go to Africa. Right now, the people that need to be in Africa are the ones who are willing to deal with the shit in the mud. Right now, we are dealing with the shit in the mud. It's not paved. It's not. A lot of y'all need to go to places when it's paved and ready to go, and then you can implement the things that you can implement during that portion. But right now, only builders, only adventurers, like wild west type people are going out there because the place is not organized to where everybody can be facilitated. We have to create that environment, and you gotta give us some time because the white people, America took 250 years, 2 to 3 wars, millions of deaths, right, and a lot of sabotage and slavery and genocide to get to this point, right? African people are being asked to.
Shout out to 24 for coming through and gifting 5 memberships. Family of 24 gifted you a membership. Make sure you salute him and keep it going. Everybody, make sure y'all salute 24 for coming through with them 5 memberships that he just gifted. Shout out to everybody who donated and contributed to this stream. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Thank you so much. Salute, bro. Salute. Salute. Make sure y'all saluting these people. Yeah, this was not no Pan-Africanism. Keeping it tall. So I saw somebody comment. Let me see this. Who is this? What do you mean? Let me see. I can't see your name. Is that Philly? Is that your name, Philly? LA Philly? Is that an O or a Q? I can't even see. But yeah, what do you mean by that? But yeah, shout out to 24 for coming through, gifting 5 memberships. Let's keep this. Let's wrap this up.
Build nations and build a society without subjugating other people. Not many nations have ever done that. This is some new shit. African people we are rising as a people and as nations without subjugating other people. Meaning it's going to be harder. Now that means we're subjugating ourselves, and we got to fix that shit. All right, and we got to be able to have conversations without talking too much shit. I mean, we can talk a little shit, but not to the point to where the conversation ends. Because after that, we just circle jerking and nobody's listening. We just trying to get shots out. This is a productive conversation where people can walk away from it and be like, okay, I understand his view. I understand his view. Fuck him anyway, but I understand his view. You know what I'm saying? But you know what I'm saying? And we got to have more of these. I don't like wasting my time on a bunch of panels with a bunch of people just waiting to get their shit off because it's just a waste of time, right? If we're not having conversations that go towards solutions, I'm not having it because time is precious. We can't get that shit back. So thank you. Thanks everybody for coming out. Thanks everybody for showing up. 707 people. I ain't never had that many people on the live. God damn.
They wanted to see you. That's why I said I wanted to have it on yours because I know they wanted to see you roast me up. So
right.
Again, man, like I said, I love what you do. Even when we beefing, I sometimes hit you on WhatsApp. Like, I actually pissed me off. I actually had blocked your ass for a few months that I had unblocked you. But again, man,
what I think is going on here, I think Oshay is trying to use Afro Think Tank to rehabilitate his image because he see the walls is closing in, that people are really calling for him to get put off the continent right now. Those callers are getting louder and louder and louder. And he's seeing that this FBA stuff is starting to dry up. Yeah, salute to 24. I think that's what he's doing. He's trying to use Afro Think Tank to rehabilitate his image. He's trying to use Afro Think Tank to rehabilitate his image. Shout out to let me see. Oh, that's what you call it right there. That Cameroon Breezy Goat. Yeah, it's the same thing with Adonis. Same thing with Adonis. Same thing with Adonis. I told people, like, no, don't fall for it. Don't fall for it. Same thing with Adonis. Oh, shout out to 24. He came through with the 10 pounds. Much appreciated. Exactly. Thank you for the support. Yes. Oshay, just say anything. Oshay, just say anything.
You know, like I said, you're passionate. I know that you love the community. That's why I even defend you when people say, I said, no, that brother's for real. He is, he crazy, but he love our people. And yeah, I can't take that away from you, right? And I think that, you know, I think everybody here in the chat is the same way. They may not like me, but they love the community, and that's fine.
Now they love the that's again, it's more than just not liking you. You're a bozo. Shout out to Black Adam for coming through with the 10. I mean, excuse me, with the 2. Whole lot of ones beat a whole lot of nuns any day of the week. Thank you, Black Adam, for the 2. Make sure y'all shouting out Black Adam for coming through with the 2. Make sure y'all shout out 24 for coming through with the 10 pounds too. Make sure.
Right. You know, we just got different ways of doing that. And I hope that, you know, it inspires me to, you know, like I said, I talk to TJ about this every day. His position is more closer to yours. You know, but like I said, we will see. So thank you, brother, for your time. Thank everybody else for coming through. And again, this might happen again. Maybe.
Yeah. I like these. I can have these conversations. I like these conversations.
It wasn't gonna be crazy because it first of all, that's stupid. Number one.
Yeah. Right.
You know, it's stupid because we both come into Africa. We both from the same community. Then why would we be sitting here insulting each other when, like, people want to go to Nigeria, people want to come to Uganda? In fact, we try to give y'all the information so you don't get scammed like us.
Right.
So you don't lose money. You know, I've lost a lot of money, so you wouldn't have to. Okay. So, anyways, man, let me get ready to go to podcast. Thank you, brother, for having me on. Thank you.
All right, you're welcome.
And y'all roasted. All right.
All right, guys. Thank y'all for coming out. See y'all. Peace.
Okay. We made it to the end, everybody. We made it to the end. This was definitely a special event. Shout out to East Coast Kev. Shout out to Lee. I don't know if y'all still in the building. Shout out to y'all. Hopefully y'all still in the building because I wasn't even truly even aware of this to even cover it until y'all too. So hopefully y'all stood here too. Because again, I went to the end with it. I'm complete. I went all the way to the end with it. Hopefully y'all rock with me all the way to the end too. But if you didn't, it's all good. It's all love. But anyway, shout out to WT in the building. Coming through with the fire emojis. Family, yeah. Oh, see, Lee, you are in the building. Good. Lee always sending me good stuff. Shout out to Lee. Family. We this was one of those ones. And this was not easy, especially because if you don't know, people in the Northeast right now are being affected because there's a fire in Canada. So our air quality is terrible. Can't even go outside. Nothing. It's hard to breathe, but you know, I got through this. Shout out to Cameroon, Breezy Goat for coming through again with the 199. Of course he was. And Oshay gonna still jump on people too, because like he said, I got some more videos to release. Yes, exactly. You do got more videos to release. You a bozo. Make sure y'all salute and Cameroon for coming through with the 199. Remember, everything count. Whole lot of ones beat a whole lot of nuns. You already know Hood Mistress, but you know I'm in the house. I'm not even outside, so it's like shit crazy. Yes, that fire is crazy. The funny part is it was worse last year. I think it was last year, whatever year it was crazy. It was like, no, it wasn't last year. It was like 2 years ago, 3 years ago. It was that fire in Canada. Oh my God. It changed the color of the sky. permanent, like for like a week. Shout out to Dark Photons LLC for coming through with the 5. You already know I'm always gonna stay on their head. I'm always gonna stay on their head. And exactly, they are a cancer to the community. They are a cancer that got to be ripped out. Cancer to the community. AZ, shout out to you being in the building. You said it. You said that was 2023. Yeah. So it was like 3 years ago, and it happened right in the summer too. Happened right in the summer. I think around this time. Make sure y'all shouting out Dark Photons LLC for coming through with that 5. Shout out everybody who came through, man. But yeah, let me see what time it is. Oh my God, it's about to be 2 in the morning. About to be 2 in the morning, yeah. So yeah, we complete. We complete. So yeah. Oh, you know, I'm never gonna flip the script for money. Because if I was gonna flip the script for money, I would have already did it. I would have flipped the script when I was with Sonetta. They was making millions over there. They was making millions over there. That's how I know all these dudes be making millions. People be like, "Oh, how you know?" Because if you must have not been following me long enough. Because if people have been following me long enough, no, I've been behind the scenes. I know how all their grifts work, all that. You already know. Shout out to Dark Photon. Salute. Shout out to everybody in the building, man, for coming through. But yeah, we about to end this. Oh yeah, shout out to 24. Yeah, I know you in the UK. You know we on a different time schedules, but it's all good. You come through, you show love. It's all good. It's all good. Yeah, Sonetta got rich, but the thing is, Sonetta got also got finesse out of a lot of that money too. Polite finesse Sonetta out of millions. He finessed Sonetta out of millions. Like a lot of that stuff y'all saw Brother Polite with. A lot of that was paid with money that he finessed right from Sonetta. Finessed them. Sonetta got bread, but he don't got bread like he's supposed to have bread. Because like I said, Brother Polite done finessed that dude out of millions. Millions. Oh, yeah. Yeah, he need to break some bread with Dr. Reggie. Dr. Reggie didn't know how to bring in no bread, though. When he was supposed to have the debate, I think he had the debate, and then he was wearing a bulletproof vest. Crazy. Oh, yeah, that's crazy. Good night, RBG for the win. But yeah, good night to everybody. Make sure in the pin comment, as you can see in the pin comment, you can the best way to support the stream, family, PayPal, Cash App, Venmo. Just tell me, just tell me if you wanted to shout out by name, or tell me if you want me to just shout you out or read your comment, but don't say the amount. You just tell me what you want, and I'll handle it like that. But speaking of that, let's get started. Shout out to Emmanuel for coming through with the $5 on the Cash App. Much appreciated, bro. I don't know if you're still in the building. I just seen this Cash App, so I didn't get a chance to shout you out earlier. Like I was like when you first sent it, but I see it now. I saw it a little bit earlier. I shouted you out a little bit earlier, but it's the end of the stream, so we got to do the shout outs again. So I'm gonna shout you out now. Shout out to Emmanuel for coming through with the 5 on the Cash App. Shout out to Ready One to Go. Let me see. Ready One to Go for coming through and dropping a gift. Much appreciated for that gift. Shout out to Irvin Palmer for dropping a gift. Shout out to Irvin Palmer for dropping another gift. And let's go like this. Shout out to East Coast Kev for coming through with the 5. Shout out to Reg for coming through with the 10. Shout out to RS7 for coming through with the 199. You already know, a whole lot of ones beat a whole lot of nuns. That's support too. Thank you for supporting the stream. Shout out to Justin March, my first moderator, coming through with gifting 20 memberships. Family of Justin March gifted you a membership. Make sure you thank him and you keep it going. Shout out to Noel for coming through with the 5. Shout out to a pimp named Slickback for coming through with the 5. Wait, time out. Sorry. Wait, sorry, y'all. My thing just fell. Something fell. Shut up. All right. Shout out to a pimp named Slickback for coming through with another 5. I'm sorry. Give me a minute, y'all. Wait, come on. Let me see. Yeah, this is the other 5 right here. Shout out to a pimp named Slickback for coming through with another 5. Shout out to Young Boy Goated for coming through with a 5. Shout out to Nana for coming through with the $9.99. We definitely got to check out some of Nana's content. Afro thing takes something on that. Shout out to a pimp named Slickback for coming through with another 5. Shout out to East Coast Kev for coming through with a 5. Another 5 for him. Shout out to a pimp named Slickback for coming through with another 5. Shout out to a pimp named Slickback for coming through with another 5. Shout out to Info for your mom coming through with a 2. You already know. Whole lot of ones beat a whole lot of nuns. Shout out to Justin March for coming through with a 5 for help me reach my goal. Shout out to Nasheed for you for coming through with a 10. We definitely gonna cover that video that she sent me. That she said she sent me on the Instagram. I didn't even watch it yet. Shout out to John Smith for coming through with a 5. Shout out to the Black Merlin for coming through with the $4.99. Shout out to a pimp named Slickback for coming through with a 2. Shout out to Justin March for coming through with a 2. That's the 2 that put me over the top for my goal. Shout out to everybody. Special shout out to everybody who helped me hit that goal. Shout out to Timbo Slice for coming through with a 2. Shout out to Black Merlin for coming through with a $9.99. Shout out to PCH Rides for coming through with a 10. Shout out to a pimp named Slickback for coming through with another 2. Shout out to SI77 for coming through with a 5. Shout out to the Jace 7271 for coming through with a 5. Shout out to Cameroon Breezy Goat for coming through with a $1.99. Shout out to Cameroon Goat for coming through with a $4.99. Shout out to the Jace for coming through with a 5, doubling up with the 5. Shout out to Cameroon Goat for coming through with a $1.99. Much appreciated. Shout out to Brandon for becoming a member of the channel. He's a level 1 member of the channel. He got his own membership. Family, you can go get your own membership by hitting that join button. Get your own membership by hitting that join button. Shout out to a pimp named Slickback for coming through with another 5. Shout out to the Black Merlin for coming through with a $4.99. Shout out to a pimp named Slickback for coming through with a 5. Another one. Shout out to a pimp named Slickback for coming through with another 5. Shout out to the Boogeyman for coming through with a $4.99. I think the Boogeyman was the first person ever to donate to me, sending a super thanks to me. Much appreciated, bro. Shout out to Rakim Energy for her gifting 10 memberships. Family, if Rakim Energy gifted you a membership, make sure you thank him and make sure you keep it going. Lower it, drop it, whatever. Just keep it going. Shout out to 24 for coming through gifting 5 memberships. If 24 gifted you 5 memberships, you make sure you thank him. If he gifted you a membership, and you make sure you keep it going. Shout out to 24 for coming through with 10 pounds. Shout out to Black Adam for coming through with 2. Whole lot of ones beat a whole lot of nuns any day of the week. Shout out to Cameroon Breezy Goat for coming through with the $1.99. Shout out to Dark Photons LLC for coming through with the 5. Oh, shout out to the Diasporian for coming through with the 10. I don't know what kind of 10 this is. AED, I think that says, but I'm gonna look it up. Either way, whole lot of ones beat a whole lot of nuns any day of the week. I appreciate it, even if it's even that come out to be $1. You know, I appreciate it. Even if it come out to be 99 cents, I appreciate it. Shout out to Love for MGL for coming through and gifting. So I'm sending a gift just now. I just seen it. Thank you so much for sending that gift. I think it's a soccer ball. I think you might be in France. Shout out to you for that. Shout out. I think I did all the shout outs. Oh, you said you were in Dubai? Oh, shout out to you for being in Dubai. Oh, you giving me some of that Dubai money. All right. Getting A-Rab money. Shout out to the Snowman in the building. He became a member of the channel yesterday. Shout out to B David for sending the fire emojis. And also, family, You said it's 250. Shout out for the 250. I'll take 250. Thank you for the 250. Much appreciated. 250 US. I'll take that. Shout out for the fire emojis also for sending that. Shout out to Justin March. And also, family, shout out to everybody who participated in the stream. It's not just a shout out. If you ain't got no money, don't feel left out. If you were commenting, shout out to you. Sent the fire emoji, shout out to you. If you was watching this stream with me, shout out to you. If you hit that like button, shout out to you. If you did anything, you hit that reaction heart, shout out to you. If you shared the stream, shout out to you. Anything you did that you did to support this stream is a shout out to you. And remember, all that support, and that's necessary because I'm not in the algorithm, but by you doing that, you forced me into the algorithm. Thank you. Much appreciated. You already know. Salute to love. I don't know where love is at, but salute to you, love. Yep, engagement is king. Engagement is king. Salute the love. And yeah, I'm out of here, family. It's after 2. Oh, you in the US? No. When I was saying I don't know where you at, I meant it like I don't know where you at as far as the like being in the comment section. But shout out to you. Thank you for sending that gift. Much appreciated. But everybody, good night, good evening, good afternoon, good whatever's going on with you. Hopefully it's blessed. Have a blessful time. Hopefully I could come back tomorrow or later today or maybe Monday, Tuesday, and we could stream again and we could get to all this other stuff. So yeah, I'm out of here. And on that note, family, go subscribe to my other channels and peace. Oh, shout out to Lee D. Clinton and peace. Oh, you in America for the World Cup? Shout out to Cape Verde. You know, Hakeem Jeffries, the highest ranking Democrat in the House of Representatives, and also the highest ranking black person to ever be in the House of Representatives, is from Cape Verde. He's also from Cape Verde. I don't know. No, he got ancestry from Cape Verde. He got ancestry from Cape Verde. Oh, shout out to 24. He just sent a gift. Much appreciated to you. You sent the gift. See, that's a whole lot of support. Thank you. Make sure y'all salute in 24. Make sure y'all salute everybody who showed up and showed out today. Much appreciated. You know, it's okay. You know, I'm still grinding. Like I said, like, you know what happened? You know, I'm thankful because you know why? This is the biggest channel I ever had. Because I never got a channel to get past 3,000 subscribers without them flagging it down, getting it demonetized, or where I can't post on it or stuff like that. This is my biggest channel I ever had. So I'm thankful. I'm thankful. You say you don't even know what you sent? Well, I'm happy you sent it. And you already know BYB. Thank you. Yes, thank you. Send it up. Send it up. But yeah, let me get off this. Yeah, let me get off this. I don't know what an Unc alert is. I don't know what Unc alert is. I said alert. Unc alert is. I don't know what that is, but I'm happy. Whatever it is, you sent it. I'm happy. I'm grateful. I take it. I take it. I take it. I take it. Like I said, I don't know what it does, but I know it supports the channel. So, like I said, any support is good support. Also, family, don't forget, subscribe to the channel, hit the bell, hit the like button, hit the share, all that. Go watch some of my older videos. Drop some comments on those. And on that note, family, you already know. We out of here. Peace. Definitely is. Oh, shout out to Focus World TV. You must have just got in here. I don't know if you just got in here or not. I ain't see you all stream, but shout out to you, bro. And I gotta go. So, you know, peace.